Hello, chat. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back to another Ninja Gato interview. Today, I have a very awesome friend and guest, the man, the legend himself, Jormh! Jormh! Hello. Hello.
Hey, you're too happy about this?
What? I'm very happy about this. I've actually been looking forward to this.
I don't know if there's anybody on the planet that could walk through that door that would make me that excited.
Really? What if it was like
Maybe me, I guess.
What about like an anime character? Like if an anime character walked in that you're really excited about?
Have you seen gameplay footage of Stranova?
No. What is Stranova?
Stranova is this new anime shooter they came out with. And all the characters have a 2D mode. And you press the button, they become paper thin. And then when they're in 2D mode, they can do stuff like they can climb up walls and they can fit through cracks you can't normally fit through.
Dude,
and
that sounds
2D
amazing.
mode is how I imagine an anime character walking through my door.
That game sounds amazing. I'm gonna have to check that out.
I've seen a lot of people streaming it recently. I don't know if they've been pushing it or it's just because it's a new shooter or what. It looks kind of fun.
Interesting. All right. Well, welcome, Jormh. Welcome. Are you excited to be here? You ready to do this? Ready to have an interview?
Oh yeah. Thanks for having me.
Nice.
Pleasure to be here. For you esteemed viewers.
Nice. So the first thing, actually, do you have my stream up? Are you able to see my stream? Because the first thing I do is I shout out the guests, and when I shout them out, it's gonna play a random clip from the guest channel, and you're gonna have to explain that clip. So do you have my channel up?
Okay.
All right, let me shout you out, and let's see what clip plays. Oh, you're carving a pumpkin. You did IRL content.
Okay, well, this seems like a pretty easy clip to explain. Here I am making a pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving, obviously.
For Thanksgiving?
Well,
that wasn't a Halloween pumpkin?
Just a couple days ago.
Nice. All right, so I'm gonna pin your channel.
I don't know, like I carved a pumpkin a few years on stream because I kind of like doing it IRL, but I didn't do one this year. I carved some in real life though to put out for trick-or-treaters.
Nice.
I don't know though. The problem with pumpkin carving is my best pumpkin was my first one, and I didn't even stream that one. It was for there was a World of Warcraft patch called like Echoes of N'Zoth or something. So I made a pumpkin that's covered in eyeballs with like a gigantic toothed maw that went 3/4 of the way around it. It was really sick.
So you've already peaked pumpkin carving wise, so
Yeah.
it's hard to like live up to that peak that you had
Yeah,
already.
the year after that was like the first year I did it on stream, I think.
Wait, what motivated you to do it on stream?
Well, you know how it is when you've been streaming for a while and you're just desperate for content.
Low hanging fruit content, IRL content.
Yeah. It's either that or go out IRL stream and harass random people, I guess.
No, well you're doing a good service by not harassing random people, so that's good.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So that's the shout out. I pinned your channel in the chat. You're also in the title, and you're also in the stream together. So Gatos, you have no excuse not to follow Jormh. Hang out with Jormh next time he goes live. Hit that notification button. But yes, Jormh. Let's start at the beginning. And tell me the lore behind the name. How did you come up with a name for your channel?
Okay. This is kind of convoluted because originally a long time ago when I was like 10, I got StarCraft, right? And I had to make a BattleNet account to play it.
Mm-hmm.
So back then, I liked reading lots of Norse mythology, so I made up some Norse name and used that on BattleNet. I used that for like 10 years or something. And then when I was in college, I started playing this game called Outwar.
Outwar?
And if you're like 35 to 40, you might remember this game from school. It was like it was one of those games where you just like spam links everywhere and try to get people to click it. You know those things? They used to be really popular in like the early 2000s.
Nerfstar seems to know Outwar. Interesting. Okay.
But anyway, I played that and I had like you made some alt accounts for it and whatever, and all my alts were named random Norse names to fit with my main's name. My main was a monster. There were 3 classes. There was monster, gangster, and pop star. And then after a few years, they revamped the entire game. And after the revamping, your main had to be a pop star. Because pop stars had a self buff, and monsters and gangsters had a buff they could use on anybody. So you needed like monster and gangster alts to buff your pop star. So my pop star alt was named Jormungandr, the snake that kills Thor and Ragnarok. So I started using that name because I had to switch my main to it. And I use that. 100%. I've just used that name for like 20 years now.
Wait, this is 100% browser-based game?
Yeah.
Wow.
Originally, the way it worked was you would take your link and you'd spam it to people in like AIM messages and stuff. And every time somebody clicked on it, it would make your character stronger. But then they realized everybody hated this kind of gameplay, so they turned it into like a more traditional style RPG. It wasn't super popular. I knew like everybody that played on my server, but it was kind of fun.
Interesting. Okay. So you are inspired.
So then from then on, I used that name, and I started using it when I played WoW. And because everybody I met in WoW is American, right? So they would just call me Jormh. So I was like, okay, I'll just go by Jormh. And I've been going by Jormh since then. Then on Twitch, I had some other name that I don't even remember anymore. Because I made that when I first made a Twitch account, like I didn't really use it ever. It was a really long time ago. It was whenever they had the first League of Legends tournaments, like the very first ones. They would have them on, I don't remember if it was Twitch or Justin TV then, but I had to come here to watch them. So I made an account to watch them and I forgot about it. Then when I started watching Twitch a lot, like 5 years or 4 years ago, I already had this account and they let you do free name changes like every 6 months or something. So the first time I was going to subscribe to a streamer, I was like, well, I might as well just change it so it sounds like a name I use at least, right? So I just use Jormh and I put an H on the end.
Okay, so you were inspired by Norse mythology, Jormungandr, and you've adopted that in different variations across multiple platforms and across multiple games, and that's how you ended up Jormh on Twitch. Shortened it up for the Americans. Nice and sweet. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right.
And coincidentally, my Chinese zodiac sign is an earth snake, and Jormungandr is the world serpent.
Wait, are you Chinese?
I'm half.
You're half?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then a half unidentified white guy.
Oh, okay. Jormh is literally a mixed race gigachad. Nice. Nice.
I'm a half-cocked Asian.
Nice. Nice. All right. The question we always ask the guests is the hardware setup to operate their stream. Can you tell us all the hardware that's required to run a Jormh stream, including peripherals?
Sure. I have a Ryzen 9, some kind of Ryzen 9. I don't know, some like a handful of RAM, like 16 gigs or something. I have a 3060 Ti, uh, some kind of mouse and keyboard, two monitors that are of unknown origin. I have a webcam I found in a box hidden in a closet.
Oh, nice.
I think my headphones are like Cloud 2s or something. And then my microphone is some kind of Shure mic that is apparently an actual mic. This mic is so annoying to use because it's a good mic, but they expect people to buy it to be like into audio stuff and to have like a hardware sound mixer to plug it into, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have that. I just wanted a USB mic.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, sure, like that's a popular brand. I'll get this one because it had the USB port on it. So I have to crank the gain on this thing up like through software so high just to be heard. Because if I leave it on 0, it's like it sounds like nothing.
Yep.
It's a good mic though.
Yeah, no, the Sures are pretty quiet mics. You definitely need some type of amplifier to get them up to like good range, but they do pick up some good rich basses and some good audio, so it's a good mic. It's a good mic. Okay, no stream decks or anything like that, or any other
No. Oh yeah, I also have some kind of off-brand Xbox controller that I've gone through like 3 or 4 of them now.
Wait,
why? I don't want to buy an actual controller because they're so expensive and I keep breaking them, so I keep buying like cheap ones. So if I smash them or something, it's fine.
Wait, so you smash multiple controllers due to rage outs?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I would say my grip strength is so high they just deteriorate through normal use.
Okay, there you have it. His Giga Chad muscles just rip through controllers without him trying. Okay.
I actually have really strong grip comparatively.
True. Hey, what's up, Coyote Tomorrow? Welcome back.
Because like a year ago, okay, this isn't a masturbation joke, surprisingly. A year ago, I asked my friend who's a rock climber, I was like, listen, I like wearing shirts like with my sleeves rolled up. Is there anything I can do to make my forearms bigger? And he's like, I don't think so, but if you want to try something, you could try these grip trainer things. I was like, okay, I'll do that. So I've been doing that for more than a year. It has not made my forearms even like a centimeter larger.
Oof.
But my hands can like crush steel now.
Really?
Well, probably. Theoretically.
Might have to ask you, once you finish that Coke, we're going to have to ask you to crush that can in front of us. For content.
Content.
Yep. Alright, so we've got the hardware. Can you walk us through the software required to operate a Jormh stream?
Okay, but this answer is going to be even more disappointing than the first answer. I use OBS. I use NVIDIA Broadcast.
Okay.
To remove backgrounds and stuff when I use a cam, but I hardly ever use a cam. I mostly just stream gameplay and that's it. I use MS Paint sometimes.
Okay.
I think that's it.
No, that's good. That's good.
I'm basically the lowest tech streamer imaginable.
That's, yeah, exactly. Like Neil says, Giga Chad setup. Exactly. You know,
it's why it's really funny that I always hang out in like the 3D VTubing communities because everybody else here is so into tech and software and hardware. I just don't know what anybody's talking about.
Wait, but you get to point and laugh every time we have tech issues or something breaks and we're like panicking, racking our brains trying to figure it out. Like you're just like laughing at how easy your setup is. Also, you can use your GPU to just focus on the game, or we tax our GPUs for other stuff. So
no, that's true. You guys are definitely idiots.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, let's talk about your gaming and streaming. and your background. What inspired you to start streaming, and how do you choose your gaming focus?
Okay. What inspired me to start streaming was I'd been hanging around in Miko's community for like years. And I was like, well, I'm spending all this time on Twitch anyway. Why don't I just try streaming and see if I like it? So that was it. There was no extra thought went into that decision.
Nice. Okay.
And the reason I stream gaming is because I thought, okay, well, if I'm going to stream, do I want to do high effort content like interviews and actually have to like, set things up and do work? Or do I just want to stream the exact same thing I would be doing normally and do no extra work? So I obviously picked the easier path.
Exactly. See, this is how we know you're a World of Warcraft player. You literally min-max everything. Like, high effort Jormh, true, lead free, true. I will say, it is a lot easier to just push OBS, game, and go than trying to coordinate schedules, do all kinds of stuff behind the background. Yes.
Dude, as somebody who has had to set up interviews before, setting up interview shows sucks. Like, it honestly is so much work for not a lot of payoff. People act like they're busy all the time when you know they're not doing anything, or they just like won't respond to DMs and stuff. It's crazy.
Wait, so you did a lot of the legwork for a lot of the interviews that Miko had? Or some of it?
At the start, yeah.
Damn.
Before she got a manager.
Damn, that's a lot of work. Okay. Let's talk about your gaming focus. You do gaming, and you do gaming streaming. How do you choose a game? And
for the most part, the games I stream are games that I wouldn't play normally, because normally, like, I grew up playing live service online games, right? Like World of Warcraft, StarCraft, League of Legends, Diablo, stuff like that. The kind of games where you can always just log into it and play, and there's something to do. But a lot of the really popular games are like single player, one playthrough games. And I never played any of those because anytime I'm like, well, should I sit down and play Dark Souls? I would think, well, I could just get on WoW and do like 10 more dungeons. And I'd do that instead. So all the games I end up playing on stream for the most part are games that people say are good games and I was kind of interested in, but I never would have taken the time to do them off stream.
Interesting. Okay. Like, you never would have played the Dark Souls series if it wasn't for your streaming?
Probably not.
Dude, you crushed that. Literally crushed that gaming series.
It takes so long to play those games. Especially the first one. Oh my god. I tried to go like right near the start, you can either go like straight and down and you go into like this crypt full of skeletons that are immortal. Or you can go to the right, which is the way you're supposed to go. I tried going in that crypt for so many hours, man. Just fighting these skeletons that I have no way to kill because I don't have any holy damage is miserable. But the game is full of stuff like that. Like, it just eats up your time for nothing.
Jormh did a very impressive 4K death speedrun. True, that's very true. Wait, what's your record of deaths? Do you even recall your record of deaths in a Souls game?
I don't remember. If Ledry says it's 4K, it might be 4K.
Damn.
The first one, the deaths went down sharply every game. The first game had a lot of deaths, especially the Calamite, the Dread Dragon Calamite or whatever at the end of the game.
Others was over 4K. Damn.
Because see, the first game I didn't level health because I didn't look up anything for how stats work. And my thinking was, if you put a point in health and it doesn't put you over the threshold where you'll survive an extra hit, then it didn't do anything, right? You just didn't get any stronger. So unless I know for sure how much health I'm getting from each point invested, then I can't put points in it or it's a waste. And there's no way to find that out without putting points in it, but there was no respecking in that game. So I just never put points in it.
Oh, no respecking. That's painful. That's painful.
So it was good until I got to Calamite, and then every one of his attacks one-shot me.
Oof. Oof.
That took 3 days.
Ouch.
Oh.
Ouch. Noob strat. And then Box TV, remember it's a black dragon. Yikes. Yikes.
That was awful. I almost quit. The other games went better though. Except Dark Souls 2. Fuck that game.
Fuck Dark Souls. Why do you say fuck Dark Souls 2? Wasn't that game?
Dark Souls 2 is one of the worst games I've ever had the displeasure of playing. I like sometimes you play Elden Ring and you know you go into a dungeon or something and some mob ganks you and you're like, okay, like the developers just wanted to fuck with me. In Dark Souls 2, it feels like that every single enemy you fight. It's like the developers just hate you. I don't understand why they hate players so much, but they just wanted to take all their anger out on us. So there's just constantly like you know, in Elden Ring, you know, there's one mob, you'll go up, you'll get its attention, you'll pull it back, you'll fight it. In Dark Souls, it's like every single fight is like 3 enemies at once that all just gang up on you. And then when you kill the enemies, they don't respawn, so you can't farm souls.
Do you recognize that text on the screen? It says you will finish the game with less than 10 deaths. I mean, less than 100 deaths. I mean, less than 1,000 deaths, copium.
Yeah, I recognize that.
Okay.
Dark Souls 2, by far the worst game in the series. I don't even recommend people play it, honestly. Elden Ring is the best beginner game. I think Dark Souls 3 is the best out of that series.
Wait, what did you think of Lies of Pi? Or Lies of P, sorry.
So my favorite Souls-like game is Sekiro. I think it's way better than every other one. Lies of P is my second favorite after Sekiro. Lies of P is great because it's like if you took Elden Ring mechanics and you took out all the stuff I don't use anyway, like magic and ranged attacks and stuff, and then you stuck that character into like a Dark Souls 3 linear layout. And then you can just parry everything. It's like the perfect game. I'm really looking forward to the DLC.
True. Yeah, I enjoyed the hell out of the game. North Star says, some devs just hate how some players play their game. I am playing a game that might as well be an anti-stealth. Interesting.
Yeah, sometimes they put in these mechanics to like sneak up on mobs and stuff, and they don't even let you use them. It's like, why did you even make this mechanic? It's like how in Elden Ring, they have parry mechanics, right? And they have like carefully calculated parry frames for every type of parry. And then half the bosses in the game, you can't even parry.
True.
Why'd they put that shit in? That's why Sekiro and Lies of P are better, because you can use all the mechanics on every boss.
True. And then you and I agree that with the DLC, there's bosses that are like slot machines that you're just guaranteed to lose. Like you walk in,
Elden Ring?
Yeah, in the DLC. Like it's like a roulette machine, in my opinion.
I can see what you're saying, but at the same time, I think the quality of bosses in the DLC is much higher than the base game.
Really?
I think Elden Ring has really terrible bosses in the base game. They're like people say, oh, if you play Elden Ring, you go back to the Dark Souls 3. The Dark Souls 3 bosses are so easy. Well, that's not even true. A lot of the Dark Souls 3 bosses have even more extensive movesets than Elden Ring bosses.
True.
But also, Elden Ring has has so many really awful bosses. Like those floating cat statues in dungeons that you have to kill like 300 times to get through the game. They just keep spamming bosses that aren't even fun. And then the bosses that are actually good, they only use once. Like Margit and stuff.
Although I do disagree. Cat bosses are the best bosses. Just saying. Just saying. Hey, what's up, Koji? How are you?
Animal racism.
All right. Although you do play MMOs, the only one that I watched you play on stream was Final Fantasy. You never did WoW. Did you? Did you stream WoW?
No, I streamed the WoW beta once, but I didn't do anything, and I was just on target dummies. That's because, like I said, to me, the stuff I played on stream was really stuff I wouldn't have played otherwise. Like, there is no fucking way I would have leveled through Final Fantasy on my own. Are you kidding me? That takes like 300 hours plus. If it were just me playing offline, I would have boosted that character. It's like $60 or something. Who cares?
Good point. Good point.
But I streamed it so that I would have like an incentive to, actually see what the lore was and go through the story and stuff. It was pretty fun. I don't know if I'd recommend most people do it.
Nippy says he even played Half-Life 2.
I did do that. Half-Life 2 was pretty good. I can't wait for the third one. I still need to play Alex though.
Final Fantasy 14.
Half-Life 1 was like kind of bad though.
Well, it's just, like, I don't think it aged well.
It's really dated. Like, okay, maybe it was good when it came out. I don't know. But at this point, it's so dated, it's like not a good game. Half-Life 2, the base game is okay, but the episodes are actually really good games still.
Half-Life 3 soon. True box. True. And then Koji says, holy shit, your hair is so long. Actually, Koji, Jormh, show off the hair. He's trying to decide if he should dye it. Like, give us a hair flick. Let's see how luxurious that is. You think you should dye it, Koji?
I've been growing my hair for like 2 years or something, because honestly, I was just too lazy to cut it.
It's groundbreaking.
But now at this point, I'm like, I have a really hard time like committing to doing things. I have like a fearful, avoidant personality type.
Koji
So now my hair is so long that I think, well, this is the longest my hair is ever going to be. So if I cut it, it's never going to be this long again, right? So I have to think carefully about if I want to cut it and how short I want to cut it. I only get one chance.
Koji says go white for a Geralt's cosplay?
Dude, okay. I didn't like Witcher 3 very much.
Oh.
I actually think Geralt is a terrible character, and I don't understand why there's such a big fan base for him.
Really?
He's like every annoying character archetype rolled into one guy. He's not even like a self-insert character. Like, those aren't even that bad. He's actually just a jackass.
Just a jackass who's chasing after the same girl.
I mean, the whole game, he's just like cheating on women constantly with other women. And then like every time he has a problem with a peasant, he's like, oh, you want to fuck with me? I can cut you in half. I'm a witcher. Like, he actually has no redeeming qualities.
Oh. Spitting some hot takes.
Also, the game is so boring. Like, I finished the base game and then I just quit. I didn't play any of the expansions because it was that boring. The combat might be the worst combat ever. Maybe actually ever. It's like, it's terrible. All you do is just spam one button over and over. There's no thinking at all. The plot was like kind of good. Like, the writing is good, but writing can't carry a game by itself unless it's like a VN. If you have an actual game with gameplay and the gameplay is a slog, it doesn't matter how well written your characters are. It's not going to be fun. The card game is good. The card game was good. Okay, the only reason to play The Witcher 3 is to play Gwent. Because you can't play like standalone Gwent because it's shit. They ruined it by balancing for PvP. Well, Gwent started fun. The problem with Gwent is there is a best deck in Gwent, and it's very obvious what the best deck is which are, it's been so long, I can't remember what they're called. But there's cards that like they give you extra moves or something like that. I think they're called spies. So you just put as many spies together in one deck as you can, and then you win every game from then on.
Okay. Okay. All right, and then we have recommendations for Inuyasha as a cosplay idea.
I never watched Inuyasha.
That one's
I didn't have cable growing up.
I'm gonna put spies in your deck, says Koji. I will make the note that if you do plan on cutting it, having it not dyed makes it a very good donation for a hair donation. So something to think about.
Who am I donating hair to? My horde of rabid fangirls?
No, the non-profits that make wigs for cancer victims.
Why do I want some kid to have instead of a fangirl?
Okay, that's counterpoint. Counterpoint noted.
Look, I know too much about voodoo to send my hair to random people. That's just asking for something bad to happen.
Wait, you know stuff about voodoo? How did you?
Yeah, obviously.
Where'd you learn that? World of Warcraft?
I'm a very mystical person.
Really?
While everyone else was busy going to church, I was reading tomes about obscure spellcasting rituals. My dad was in a cult for a while.
Box says I'd buy some Jormh hair. Interesting.
Yeah, but how much would you pay for it?
Oh, that's a good question. Also, your dad was in a cult?
I'm not sending this shit to England. That costs so much money.
Right.
You know how they have in like those vending machines in Japan that sell panties and shit? I wonder if they have any that sell hair.
Probably. Hair can.
If not, you know, we could start that. That could be a new market.
Hair can sell pretty expensive. True. True. But most people don't want cat hair. They're usually trying to get rid of it. What's up, Scooch? Thank you for the resub. You know,
Do you think head hair would sell more or less than other kinds of hair?
Oh, definitely more. People love head hair.
You
they
think
don't
so?
like
really
other hair.
You don't think? I mean, I kind of feel like, you know, Australian hair might be worth more.
Why?
It's it just seems more exclusive, doesn't it?
Maybe.
I mean, for one thing, well, never mind. I was gonna say something that's kind of ableist against bald people.
Down under, hair grows upside down, not strulid free. Box TV said he'd buy it for 500k channel points.
Those are worthless, though. Wait, channel points in whose channel?
Oh, that's true. Whose channel?
If they're in my channel, they're worthless because you can't use them for anything.
Oof. Would it come with a scalp or no? Says Koji.
No, I need the scalp to make the next batch.
True.
You can't sell the goose with the golden egg. You just sell the eggs.
True. True. All right.
What are we talking about? How did we get here?
Yeah, we got way off topic.
I still think I would look good with like bright pink or blue hair.
Bright pink or blue hair? I'd go blue.
Yeah, you know, something crazy.
I think blue would compliment.
But the problem is, I only wear like dark colors and earth tones and stuff.
Chibi says
I think
bright pink.
if I have hair like that, I need to get like, I don't know, tons of band t-shirts or something.
Wait, you don't have any band t-shirts?
No.
Too many MMO shirts?
I don't fanboy like any bands.
Too many anime merch?
No, I do.
Video game merch?
I have what?
Anime merch? Video game merch shirts? Is that all your merch?
Not really. I don't like spend a lot of my time IRL. So what do I need all these expensive clothes for? I just need enough clothing that I don't get arrested.
True.
I do kind of want those hentai face shirts though.
Wait, what shirts?
You ever seen those shirts that are like they're black and white squares of different hentai faces?
No.
It's usually like old men wearing them.
Really? Lewd faces?
Oh yeah, they're older age.
He's enough not to get arrested. True, North Star. True. Okay. Man, we got way off topic. Let's see if we can get back on. By a topic that will probably send you down a huge rabbit hole, but what made you get into MMOs in the first place?
So I was playing Outwar back when Wrath of the Lich King was out. And we I have to think if this is illegal or not.
Wait, but that's like you said when Lich King came out. Like, wait, was that your first introduction?
Okay, well,
MMOs?
I had played in vanilla because one of my friends was like, "You have to play this game." And I played it and it was kind of boring, so I quit. And then I played it again in BC because I had a MacBook and it was like the only game that would work on a MacBook. So I bought BC and I played it a little bit and then I quit.
Okay.
And then I was playing Outwar, and one of my best friends at Outwar, he got involved with this couple that were like, I don't know, they were like swingers or something, and he was like their third wheel. And one of them had, was it him? I think it was him. They had a private WoW server. So we were like, okay, let's just go play WoW over there. So we played there, but it was just like 5 people on the server. So after we played there for a while, we were like, why don't we just play actual WoW where there's like enough people to do a dungeon? So we swapped over to retail. They quit or something. I don't remember what happened exactly, but I ended up playing by myself at the end of Wrath. And then I rejoined the guy I knew from Outwar and some people he knew for Cataclysm. And I still talk to those people today.
Okay, so you originally got into MMOs for the social aspect with some friends you knew.
I guess so.
Well, what would you say? The question was, what made you get into MMOs in the first place? Like, what was the inception?
The real problem is that Outwar is really boring. Like, the way Outwar works is there's these raid bosses that you have to kill, okay? The raid bosses are on spawn timers. The spawn timers will be like, okay, you kill the boss will respawn anywhere between 3 days from now and 5 days from now. When the boss spawns, it dies within a minute. So you have to, you're like on call until the boss dies. So most of our time playing Outwar is just sitting around in Ventrilo, not doing anything. So we were always really desperate to find other stuff to do. And this was one of our many ventures to try to find something like that.
Or is one of those games you play while studying, says North Star.
Yeah. Outwar, I actually learned enough AppleScript on my MacBook to make it text my phone notifications for when bosses spawn while I was in classes.
Wow. Okay. Okay, but the inception of MMOs definitely was social aspects for Jormh.
If you say so.
I'm trying to summarize what you're telling me.
Well, it's a complicated story. I'm not sure it can be summed up in that few words. It's a long tale of intrigue and betrayal and raw exposure of human emotion.
Well, if you had to summarize it, how would you summarize it?
I started playing MMOs for the social aspect.
There we go. All right, let's talk World of Warcraft because you've got a lot of slash played in World of Warcraft.
That's
Uh,
true.
why do you prefer retail over classic, especially because classic and classic hardcore is popping off right now? Like,
I feel like anybody who has played both wouldn't ask this question.
really?
Retail, okay. Have you been watching classic hardcore lately?
I'm purposely not watching because I don't want to relapse. I got clean for the second
Okay.
time. I don't want
By
to
relapse,
relapse.
you mean fall asleep, right?
No, I mean get back into World of Warcraft.
Well, the thing about classic is there's basically two reasons people play classic.
Okay.
One of them is nostalgia, right? Because they remember how they felt as young kids playing WoW all day and they want to relive that. But the truth is you can't go back again. You know, if you play classic now, it's not going to feel like that. It's just a very dated game. The second reason classic is popular is because obviously all the streamers are playing it together. Now, why are streamers playing classic together
Good question.
and not retail? And the answer is
retail sucks.
There is no barrier to entry for classic. The skill floor is the floor. There's nobody who's so bad they can't play classic. And the difference between a bad and a good classic player is almost nothing. Most of the difficulty in classic is organizational. So like, is it difficult being somebody in like Soda's position, having to set up a raid with a bunch of people that you know are like really irresponsible? Yeah, that's probably kind of annoying. Is it difficult to be like, you know, a random guy leveling that will just have to press auto attack over and over in a raid? No, that's not very hard. Anybody can do it.
Good content though, says Grogden.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, like classic is so boring that they have to put in the hardcore rule set just so you'll feel something while playing. I've been watching a lot of my friends play it because they all play retail and there's no content in retail between patches. You just do other stuff. So they've been playing hardcore a lot. It's just mind-numbing, dude. Every time somebody dies, it's just something really stupid. Like one of my friends died in Silverpine Forest because there were two werewolves, right? And he clicked on one of them and was like, "Oh, this is easy to kill. I can kill it." And he went up to fight him. And the one he didn't click on was a son of a Rugal, and it killed him because those are like 10 levels higher than everything else in the zone. And every death is like that. It's just like a really stupid accident. Nobody dies and they're like, wow, I could have outplayed that death. Like the way you avoid deaths in classic is by not getting into the situation in the first place. Because once you're in the situation, no skill can save you. And retail is very different because retail, like as a platform-wide streaming game, retail is not as good as classic because it's difficult to understand a lot of aspects of it. Like the difficulties, for one thing, there's like 4 different raid difficulties. So how, like if you're just tuning into a stream, it's not immediately obvious to you what difficulty somebody's playing on. And then if you've watched somebody play through like a fight on one difficulty, then you watch it again on a different difficulty, you'll notice some mechanics that are new or some that haven't been there before. So it's like, it's confusing as a viewer, right? And Classic doesn't have those issues. But the reason retail has all these difficulties is because retail supports a much wider range of player skills than Classic does. Since instead of having to cram everybody into just like regular raids, you can split them up into, 4 different ones. So that means the high-end ones can have very high skill caps, and the low-end ones can be accessible to everybody like Classic is. So I like retail more than Classic because I like playing WoW because it's like it's an opportunity to exercise skill and improve on your gameplay, right? and that factor isn't present in Classic. And I have played Classic. I played Season of Discovery when it came out last year. I was a rogue tank. It was extremely boring.
Well,
Like,
Season of Discovery was a bastard child. It wasn't the OG.
Yeah, but Season of Discovery, it unarguably has more gameplay than regular Classic. Because it's just regular Classic with extra buttons.
True.
And even Season of Discovery was really boring to play. Like I would just press, whatever my Sinister Strike or whatever my spender was, Mutilate at the end, I think it was. And then I would just wait. I had to wait for like 4 seconds for energy to take up again to press something else. So if you press one button every 4 seconds, that's 15 APM, right? If you look at Sims for retail, the classes I play are like 80 APM.
Oh, is APM?
So that's actions per minute. I see you weren't a big StarCraft aficionado.
No, actually, Boom is actually a award-winning StarCraft player. So
basically, the retail classes are like 5 times as fast as SOD classes were, and SOD classes are at least 2 times as fast as classic classes.
Boom is like 300 APM, damn, or more.
Yeah,
damn.
Like WoW APMs are much lower than StarCraft APMs. But WoW APMs don't count clicking; they just count button presses.
Okay.
And they don't count movement. So are you avoiding hardcore spoilers because you're planning to play it?
No, I just don't want to get sucked into it because I kind of wanted to play it for the lulz, but then I would have no time for anything. Because that was the other thing that I didn't like about Classic is it's such a time sink.
Yeah.
I will compliment retail that they did things to make it not be such a time sink, so casuals could still enjoy retail.
The problem with retail is, like in Classic, leveling takes forever, right? If you compare the leveling in Classic and in Final Fantasy XIV, okay, they both take a really long time. It's probably a comparable amount of time to level to 60 in Classic and to actually go through the story in Final Fantasy. But going through the story in Final Fantasy is interesting. Like, I'm not going to say... the gameplay is better, but you don't need a ton of gameplay to get through the Final Fantasy story. But at least the story is cool. WoW doesn't even have a cool story. Most of the quests are kind of self-contained and they don't make a lot of sense in like a narrative fashion. They're just there as a vehicle to give experience to the player.
Yep.
So on retail, because everybody hates leveling, they have just made leveling really fast. I think what they should do on retail is they should just remove levels. I don't see what having a character level does anymore. It's just a chore when you make a new character that you have to level it. Like, the only reason to have levels in retail is so you can sell max level boosts.
True.
But I think the game would be better if they just got rid of levels and then you just had all your skill points and stuff whenever a new expansion came out. The people that want to go do the quests to get achievements and stuff, they still can. Like, you can do all that stuff at max level, you just don't get XP rewards. So you don't really like lose anything important. It's just taking away something that's really annoying to long-time players.
And Grogden was saying that I just spam one button to get to 100 times per minute. And then Chunky was saying the same thing, where you just spam a button while you're waiting for the global cooldown, and that increases your APM. Then Grogden says, make everything level scaling still require levels. I don't know if I understand that.
Yeah, the problem with StarCraft APM comparisons is StarCraft includes stuff like you have a hotkey to set part of the screen to the game will remember where your camera was, right? And then when you press the hotkey, the camera will go back to where it was. So StarCraft players, if you watch anybody that's good at StarCraft, they just spam this stuff nonstop. So like they'll constantly be cycling between like 5 different camera positions, and you'll see what all their units are building. But it's hard to tell how much of the APM is actually useful APM and how much of it is just to keep their fingers hot, you know? So the APM in WoW, it just comes from the sim. You can kind of find people's APM in the logs, but again, it doesn't include movement. It doesn't include camera movement. It just includes what spells they're casting. So the StarCraft estimates overestimate useful APM, and the WoW estimates underestimate it. I think StarCraft still requires higher APM. I don't know how much higher it is than good WoW players. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, but it's different what APM was first measured in StarCraft, says Mo. And then movement and camera has a lot of APM, but it's hard to tell how much, says Box.
And then a lot of it doesn't translate. Like in WoW, you hold down your right mouse button to move your camera around, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're playing a melee class like me, there's a lot of fights I just don't take my finger off it, so I can just look around constantly without increasing APM. So that stuff just doesn't translate very well. Like it's hard to compare. It's just a general estimate.
Okay, well you are a sweaty top parser. So I wanted to ask you, as a top parser in WoW, what strategies do you use to improve your performance, and how do you stay motivated to maintain such high standards?
I just play the game to get better at it. Like I don't really try to get high parses. That's kind of degenerate. I just try to play better than I played last time, right? And then afterwards, I'll look at how I did and see if I did better or not. Now I parse as a tank player, which is different from parsing as a DPS player, because to get parses as a DPS player, you have to do a lot more specific stuff. Like in retail, there's a buff called Power Infusion that gives you like 20% extra haste, and priests can give it to one player.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to parse, like get 100th percentile parse on a fight as a DPS, you have to get to priest in your raid to give you that buff somehow, or you can't do it. Tanking is a bit different because the skill range of high ranked tanks is much wider than the skill range of high ranked DPS. Because DPS performance is much easier to measure. The bigger the number, the better the DPS is. Yep. And everybody that plays the game understands that. So if you look at most DPS players in high ranked guilds, they're pretty good. Like all of them are pretty good. You generally don't have terrible DPS players unless you might have a couple in the guild because they're like friends of the GM or something like that. But with tanks, it's different because most people don't understand how you're supposed to evaluate tank performances. So a lot of times guilds will just take their worst players and put them on the tanks, and they'll just forget about them for like 10 years. And that's not an exaggeration. There's a lot of guilds like that.
That's like the worst thing you can do. That's like one of the most important positions, in my opinion. Tank.
Yeah, but Blizzard kind of caters to it by making the skill floor for tanking and raids really low. So like, yeah, I parse really high, but half of the people I'm competing against as a tank like shouldn't even be in a mythic raid. They're like heroic level players. So as a result, like as a tank, you don't have to do degen stuff like get PI and stuff. Just by playing really well, you can outparse most other players. Yeah. Even if they're doing crazy stuff and you're not, you can just like outskill them.
Mo wants to know, in retail, you have to build aggro like in Classic as a tank?
So in Classic, the threat multiplier for tanks is really low. I don't remember how much extra you get from like bonus stuff. As like, I know Sunder has bonus threat tacked onto it, but I don't remember how much bonus threat it has. The way threat works on retail is tanks get threat equal to, I think right now it's 5 times their damage dealt. So as long as a DPS isn't doing 5 times as much damage than you, you'll hold aggro. Aggro is basically a non-issue in retail. The right way to build tank in retail is still to build only damage, but that's just because you can do a lot of damage as a tank. It's not for threat reasons, it's just for damage reasons.
Okay. All right, so your strategy for being a top parsing tank is just play the game. Look at look at the replays, look at the logs, and see how you could do better and do better next time.
Yeah. Well, also, I like playing the game. Like a lot of people that play the game don't like playing it. They just do it because that's what they always do. It seems like they raid log, they get on just for raid. They'll go through the raid, they'll log off, and you won't see them again until the next raid. I just like fighting things in the game. I think it's fun. Like I spend hours. I probably spend like 10 plus hours every tier on target dummies, just hitting them, just because I think doing the rotation's fun. So as a result, I'm very consistent when it comes to doing that kind of like boring rotational stuff compared to most other players.
Okay. Well, that's cool. So you do enjoy your WoW experience, and then I did note that you did play Final Fantasy XIV. And you kind of did like the Asmon thing where you can kind of compare the two, having played both of them. So speaking of 14 and WoW, how do you approach different game mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV compared to World of Warcraft? Are there similarities or differences that stand out to you?
Okay, well, in Final Fantasy XIV, I haven't done any content that I consider hard content, right? I haven't done like ultimates. I've maybe done like, I don't even know if I've done any savages. I've done like mostly just leveling content and raids you unlock while leveling, right? So I can compare stuff like how the classes play, but I can't really compare what boss mechanics are like at a high level. But in terms of how the classes play, Final Fantasy is the skill ceiling of playing Final Fantasy is lower, like in just in terms of playing the classes. Okay. And the reason is the developers have put a lot more constraints on how players can play. So like in WoW, you can like you press a button and there's a global cooldown, and then you can't do anything else until the global cooldown's up.
True.
But you can stack haste to reduce your global cooldown. In Final Fantasy, the global cooldown is longer, and there's no way to reduce it. And then the off globals also have their own cooldown, which they don't have in WoW. Like in WoW, you can just press a cooldown whenever you want, and it'll just happen for the most part. Well, some cooldowns are on the global, but in Final Fantasy, every class has a lot of off-global abilities, but you can't use them whenever you want, because when you press one, all the other ones can't be used for like half a second or a second or something. It's kind of like latency dependent. Usually you can use 2 off globals per global if you have low enough latency. And that's the reason a lot of people use illegal add-ons to artificially reduce their latency to make sure they can double weave. But because in Final Fantasy, the rate at which you can press buttons is so limited, and the other factor is that buffs in Final Fantasy affect the whole group instead of just affecting your character. So most classes in Final Fantasy have 2-minute cooldowns that will give a small buff to everybody else in the party for like, I don't know, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and it has a 2-minute cooldown. So it's very important that everybody lines up their 2-minute cooldowns together. And you can't, it's really bad if you drift your cooldown. So if your cooldown like moves a global or 2 away from where it's supposed to be, that really affects your parse very strongly. So Final Fantasy as a game overall encourages the whole group to play in they're like cogs in a machine, right? Like everybody needs to work together.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not about having individual exceptional players. It's about everybody making as few mistakes as possible so the group as a whole can like parse very high. But in WoW is a very selfish game in comparison.
True.
Like most of the stuff you do only affects you, and usually you're trying to manipulate stuff so you get damage at the expense of other players. So as a result, like there's a lot more disparity between top parses in WoW than there is in top parses in Final Fantasy.
MEOW
Have you heard of an add-on to reduce cooldowns? And if there were, they'd be instant banned? No, there is. What is it called? It's called like reaction or something. I can't remember. Something. It doesn't reduce cooldowns. It simulates button presses as though you were closer to the server to make sure you can always double weave. The developer of this particular add-on that I'm thinking of has set the latency to a certain amount to make sure people can't triple weave. They can only double weave with it, because similar add-ons to it allow you to triple weave, and that's impossible normally, and that does get you banned. But the developers kind of turn a blind eye to people using add-ons that guarantee they can double weave, because in Japan, everybody's so close to the server that everybody can double weave. And they don't think about the fact that in other parts of the world, like players have bigger ping ranges. So it's just not like it's a non-issue to the Japanese players.
MEOW, by the way, is a sweaty Final Fantasy player. She's been playing for over 8 years. So she seems...
Yeah, it's 100% bannable. I'm telling you, most players use stuff like this and you don't get banned for it.
Interesting.
Now, I cannot confirm whether I've used it or not. That would be crazy if I did. But if I had used it, I wouldn't have been banned for it.
Hey, what's up, Java? Yeah, it's Jormh. It's Jormh. Okay. Well, like, what's a good, like, takeaway that you wish WoW incorporated from Final Fantasy, and then vice versa? What's something Final Fantasy could use that WoW does?
Well, if you go look at the communities, like the communities for the most part and the stuff they complain about are pretty correct. Basically, outside of competitive stuff, Final Fantasy is just a better game. The transmog and stuff is better. The story is much better. The player housing is great, although WoW is getting player housing this year finally.
Cat Girl's true.
The social aspects of Final Fantasy are much better. There's a lot more.
Like I don't even have a story. True, correct.
The player base of Final Fantasy is a lot more into just doing like fun social stuff, including what is that Final Fantasy add-on where you can like inject stuff so your character looks different? I don't remember what it's called, but a lot of people use it. It's like the most popular add-on. But basically, you can just like mod your character like it's a VR chat character.
Oh.
And then everybody else that has this add-on, like they download automatically all the mods to see other people's characters correctly if they're in the same zone and they have the same add-on. So WoW doesn't have stuff like this. Final Fantasy is like, if you just want to play a game casually and have fun, Final Fantasy is so much better. It's not even close. And Final Fantasy, you can try out for free like half the game. It's crazy.
Oh.
If you get to like very high-end stuff, and stuff like leaderboard rankings are very important to you, WoW's a better game. WoW has Mythic Plus you can do. It's very competitive. Tons of people just play WoW for Mythic Plus, which is like ranked dungeons. The raid rankings, like I said, they're a lot more competitive than in Final Fantasy, where Final Fantasy is more about like, just have you completed this fight, right? And there's a lot of people that just try to get ultimates done and stuff just for having done it. And they mostly give like cosmetic rewards that they might want to show off. But in WoW, people, the high-end players, mostly just play to parse. So it's not a question of like, have you beat this boss? It's like, okay, but how much damage did you do when you killed the boss? And then the PvP, I'm not really much of a PvPer, so I can't give like a good breakdown of the two games.
You've heard of Unreal's, right? It's higher than Ultimate, says Mavox.
I haven't, but I don't think like the raid design in Final Fantasy is the problem. Like I've seen people do ultimates and stuff, and they look suitably challenging. They could be WoW encounters for the most part. There are some things about the Final Fantasy boss design I like better. I think a lot of the telegraphs are much clearer than WoW telegraphs because the Final Fantasy bosses are designed to be beaten without add-ons. Whereas in WoW, every top guild in WoW has like an add-on guy that will make them add-ons during the World First race, specifically to beat certain boss mechanics. So mechanics have to be designed with that in mind.
Ugh.
So as a result, like the Final Fantasy bosses are there's more visual clarity and you have more time to react to stuff because the devs expect humans to be doing it on their own. I like that aspect. I think the bosses look pretty fun. I just don't like the class design very much compared to WoW. I'm hoping that next expansion, if they actually do their combat rework, they're going to move the classes closer to WoW classes. And personally, I would like if they got rid of the 2-minute meta. I don't like having all these cooldowns that affect everyone else in the group. I think the cooldown should just be for personal use because that incentivizes good players to do content multiple times. Because like in WoW, okay, I can pug mythic as many times as I want. Like there's a lockout, like you can only do it once a week. But theoretically, if my guild was stopped clearing it for a tier, I would go out and just do pug raids. I have done that in other tiers just because it's fun. And I can try to get better parses than I had previously. But in Final Fantasy, with the way cooldowns work, it's unlikely that if you go and you join like a progression pug group, that you can get parses as good as people can get in organized groups. Just because even if you play great, like the other people are going to make mistakes and the cooldowns, they're not going to line up as well. Maybe some people will die. The fight will take longer than it should, so you have more time spent outside of your cooldown windows and stuff. Like it's kind of a drag. It doesn't give you a lot of incentive.
Just annoying to do roulettes and have them all be level 50 content. Reminds me of WoW, where I only have 4 buttons to press.
I forgot about the down leveling. That needs to go. Down leveling in Final Fantasy feels so fucking terrible, and I get why they left it in the game, because they don't want to have to go through and retune all the old fights every time like they move abilities around and stuff, or they rebalance abilities. But when you've played Final Fantasy at max level and then you go into your roulette and you get downscaled to 50 and then you have like 3 buttons to press, it's terrible. It actually just feels so bad. And the way WoW has this sort of low-level content implemented with where it just scales down your damage is also really bad, but at least it's more fun. The Final Fantasy version is just like, oh my god, it's such a chore doing roulettes every day.
Well, I enjoyed in WoW, in the classic fashion, that you could still run a low-level dungeon as like a level 60 and just like raffle stomp it. Like, there's nothing wrong as a player just owning a dungeon, soloing it, and learning the story and content. in my opinion.
Or new players supposed to do to be able to get that content done. I don't mind. So in Final Fantasy, if I'm on like a level 100 character or whatever, I don't mind getting queued into like, you know, whatever that level 50 dungeon is with Gaius and that big like robot thing. I don't mind having to do that if I could use all my level 90 buttons. I just don't like having to do it, and then I lose half my buttons. And the bigger issue is depending on what class you play, sometimes you get higher level abilities that make low level ones obsolete. This happened on like a lot of the healers I played. So I'd go into a level 50 dungeon and it's like, well, my heal buttons aren't there anymore. The heal I need, like I need to spell book it or I need to rebind it just for this one dungeon, and that really sucks.
Oof.
So they could also make it so that certain abilities, when you got down leveled, would just change into different abilities. It would still be bad, but it would be a step up from how it currently is. But I would just like it if they just let you go in with all your level 100 abilities and they just slapped like a minus 90% damage multiplier on you or something like that to like try to make it somewhat competitive. I mean, it's not like anybody really cares about whether the dungeons go by quickly, you know? Mm-hmm. The issue is just whether new players can get into them to complete the story or not. So I don't mind like having high players do that. Just don't make it a chore for the high level players. Just let them play the game normally.
True. That does sound painful.
They did start implementing this thing where you can like have NPCs go through dungeons with you. That's a good system, and WoW also stole that system and they're implementing it.
Oh, nice. So you don't have to solo queue forever and not get anybody join you.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of new players get like dungeon anxiety and stuff, and that also helps with that issue.
Oh, they don't want to be put with a bunch of randos. Okay. Because other problems with things like raids and dungeons is half the players don't unlock the high level raids, so the queues are lopsided towards the lower level content, says Chunky.
Well, you can't do much about that. True. If you're gonna have like attunement quests and stuff, that's just how it's gonna be. There's nothing like a developer can do to solve that, except make it so you can queue into stuff that you haven't unlocked yet. But they can't do that in Final Fantasy because it'll spoil parts of the story. So I think they're just kind of stuck.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like hopefully if they make the NPC dungeon system a bit better and they make the NPCs actually useful, maybe more players will rely on them to go through dungeons, and then high levels won't be stuck doing this level 50 crap anymore. But when I played, the NPCs are so terrible. Like they're doing less than half the numbers that a player would do, theoretically, if I knew what the numbers were.
Oof. That's not good. Okay. We need Nepe trained NPCs. True. Well, true. Alright, let's just talk general gaming stuff. What are your strengths and weaknesses as a gamer?
My strengths are I guess my main strength is I don't care what other people think about me. I only care what I think about me. So it's easy for me to spot problems with what I'm doing and stuff like that, because I only care about my performance, right? A lot of times people in games like WoW, they'll be like, they'll go through a dungeon, they'll be like, well, I would have parsed higher, but the tank didn't pull around my cooldowns very well, and he went on this weird route and he took these extra packs I wasn't expecting to do. And they say all this stuff that doesn't help them. Like, it just gives them excuses. But every time I do a dungeon, I'm like, well, I could have done this better and I could have done this better. And like, yeah, the people I'm playing with are all terrible, but like, what am I going to do about that? I can only work on my own stuff,
Sure. Okay.
So I'm very like self-focused, which helps with improvement. And I also don't get bored very easily. I don't mind doing the same thing over and over, hundreds of times. As long as I anticipate going in that it's going to take that long, which is why I don't mind fighting Elden Ring bosses for 3 days or something. As long as I know, because I've already decided 5 pulls in that it's doable. So, I'll just do it. It might take a while, but my weaknesses as a player are I fixate on stuff really hard. I don't in real life. I'm very bad at multitasking, and I'm kind of like that in gaming too. I like very focused things in games, right? So I hate playing jack of all trades type characters, for example. I like characters that are focused on one mechanic and then you maximize that mechanic as much as possible. In WoW, that's very good because that's very optimization focused, so it's good for parsing. In a lot of other games, it's kind of a detriment. I've been playing TFT the past week or something. I'm so bad at TFT. TFT is the opposite of this kind of mentality where you can't fixate on anything. You have to have your tendrils spread out and you have to be ready to swap into different strategies at any given time. And I have zero skill at doing this. So I lose a lot of TFT games. I just rage nonstop.
Mo calls it auto chess. Gotta play the probabilities.
Yeah, auto chess, teamfight tactics.
Okay.
Tunnel vision, yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It's kind of bad. I'm not the perfect WoW raider because I also have tunnel vision in that regard. I'm very good if I just have to do my job and I'm left by myself, I'll do it every time. That's great. If I need to be flexible, and adapt to other players doing very bizarre stuff that I'm not expecting them to do, that's a lot harder for me to do. I can do it, but it'll take me a long time compared to an average player, I think, to adjust to that.
Okay. Do you think there's a fundamental difference between high and low skill gamers? What can low skill gamers do to get better?
It kind of depends on the game, but in general, when I see people that consider themselves not very good gamers, it's mostly an issue. There's 2 issues. One is they don't manage expectations very well. When I say I'm bad at a game, I have a clear picture in my head of what it will look like when I'm good at the game. And I think to a lot of people that aren't very good at gaming, they don't have a picture like that. They just have a general sense that I should be doing better than I am, but they don't know what skills should I be improving at, which is the second thing. They don't understand what things to focus on to make them better.
Yep. Well, you watched me play Elden Ring, and I know I'm a high skill gaming player, and you watched me crush Elden Ring, but if I was a low skill player in Elden Ring, how could I get better? What would you recommend?
I haven't watched you play that much. From what I remember, I feel like you should basically just think about 2 buttons. Okay, forget all your other buttons. Just think am I going to roll or am I going to attack? And every second you should either be doing one of these or you should be about to do one of these. And then you can add in other options when you get good at those 2 options. If I'm teaching somebody to play WoW, right? The best advice I would give to any new player is go hit a target dummy for 10 minutes and then pick one button that has no cooldown. And anytime you don't know what to do, you press that button until you figure out what you're supposed to do. And that sounds stupid, but most good players can't do this. if you look in the logs, they don't do this. They just have dead time. They could have been doing something and they're just doing nothing. If you're doing anything at all, you're already better than the majority of players.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So for Elden Ring, you know, I need to see you play some more. But hey, if you ever want to be live coached, I'm down.
It's gonna be a hot minute before I go back to that game. I finished the DLC and I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. Like,
dude, I tried out Millennia on New Game Plus 7 like a few days ago because I'd been watching Mizuki play it. So I was like, oh, like Millennia looks kind of fun. I should try her again. So I went there on New Game Plus 7 and I walked up to her and she one-shot me. So I just closed the game. Too much damage. Fuck that.
Yeah, freaking New Game Plus 7 insta-dead. Damn. Doing something greater than not doing something. True, Box. True. Alright, but I do know that you do more than just, you know, online gaming and, computer gaming. I do know that you do D&D and tabletop.
I do.
Alright, I've never done D&D ever, like tabletop. Let me hear your story. How did you first get into playing Dungeons and Dragons, and what drew you to tabletop gaming?
I played D&D since I was real little. We used to play it in middle school. At my school, dice were banned because I didn't go to a very nice middle school, and all the older kids would play craps in the bathroom like nonstop.
Oh shit.
So the principal banned dice. So we would do D&D and just do like group storytelling where the DM just decides what happens. There are a lot of flaws to that style of playing, depending on who the DM is, but it was sort of fun. And then for a long time after that, I didn't play. I didn't play again until like, that was in middle school. And the next time I played was 10 or 12 years later, maybe, when I had friends, like online friends from playing WoW, and they'd never played before. So I said, hey, like we have absolutely nothing to do. We should just play D&D. Like I'll run a game. You don't have to read the rules. I'll tell you the most of the rules we need to know. So we just tried playing it, and they liked doing it. So we just kept playing it. We've probably been playing for like, I don't know, like 8 years now, off and on.
Interesting. All right, one second.
Our problem is a lot of times somebody will start running a game and then they'll lose interest after 6 months or something, and the game will just kind of stop, and then we won't play a game for another, I don't know, 6 months or so until somebody wants to start one again. We're currently in a dead period like that.
Okay, so you originally got into D&D because your IRL friends in middle school, and then IRL friends in real life. You're like, wait a minute, I can do something. We're bored. There's no WoW right now. I can do something about that.
All right. IRL friends online.
Ah, okay. Online. True.
I'm not hanging out with people in real life. Are you kidding? Playing D&D online is way more convenient than playing in person anyway. We used Roll20 for D&D 3.5 and 5e. And then we used Forge for Pathfinder and Pathfinder 2.
So it does all the math and the rolling and the thingamajigs for you, type of thing?
Yeah, and it's easy. As a DM, it's much easier to keep track of everyone's character sheets that way. You can look at them without anybody suspecting anything if you need to make saves or things like that. It's nice for the players that really like combat maps, because then they can see where everybody's position is. Although personally, I don't like using combat maps. I much prefer Theater of the Mind, where you just describe where stuff is, and then nobody can concretely say, like, I throw a fireball that exactly hits every enemy but avoids all my allies. Because I think that's kind of BS.
Chunky wants to know, does anyone pay for Roll20, or does the free version work well enough?
We used the free version. the majority of the time. I think there were some times where somebody running a game wanted to pay for extra features, but I had no problems with the free version myself. With Forge, we did have to pay though. Forge supports a lot more like programming stuff, like add-ons and things like that. If you want to add a lot of like special effects and stuff to your game, Forge is very good at that. You want to like custom program auras for character tokens and things like that, it's great. But Roll20 is very good for D&D.
Okay. Let's talk more about D&D. Can you share your favorite character you've played in D&D and what made that character special to you?
My favorite character I played was probably the last character I played, who was named Scroat. He was a kobold. Yep. I made him in like 10 seconds. That's why his name is Scroat. I just thought it'd be funny to make everybody call me Scroat. He was a kobold that thinks he's a silver dragon. Our last campaign was we all worked for like a devil, and we had all sold our soul for something, and the devil was like calling in that favor to make us do this thing. Scroat sold his soul because he was like a servant, and he wanted to be treated with the respect he deserved. So he told that to the devil, and the devil was like, okay, I'll grant you that wish. And then the devil didn't do anything because Scroat was being treated like trash, and that's what Scroat deserved. But Scroat didn't know the devil didn't do anything, and he just assumed everybody would treat him like a very revered person now. So he just got a hugely inflated ego. And yeah, that was the character. This character was very fun to play because he was a sorcerer, so he had very high charisma. And normally when you think about a high charisma character, it's somebody with a lot of it's somebody who's suave. They have a lot of social graces, and they can like easily flit through any kind of social setting. Scroat was the opposite. Scroat was like have you ever been out in public and somebody just did something so shocking that people didn't know how to react? You ever seen things like that?
I've seen plenty of TikToks like that, yeah.
Well, that's what Scroat's like, basically. Scroat was like a fish in an ocean of social awkwardness, and he would pull other people in, but for him, it's his natural habitat, right? And he would just like beat them down with it. So he would just, he would, he always acted like he was much better than everybody else. And as a result, a lot of people just treated him like he was, because they were like, oh, this guy's got to be like a big shot. He's like, look at him ordering those guards around. No normal person would do that.
Charisma's also a measure of force of will. Doesn't have to be considerate about it. True, Chunky.
True.
And then Mo wanted to know, did you ever play Cyberpunk the tabletop version?
No. We played Shadowrun, which is very similar thematically. I actually quite like Shadowrun. The problem with Shadowrun is the rulebook is very long compared to 5e or something. It's like 3 times the length maybe of the player handbook, and you can't really skip any of the rules. Most of them are going to be used in the first session.
Shadowrun.
So the introductory experience is very rough, but I like the game a lot. I think it's very close to a tabletop cyberpunk experience. The problem is just that it has rules for basically everything that can happen. Like, there are specific rules if you set off explosive weapons like a grenade in hallways of specific shapes, what the blast cones look like, things like that. So it's tough to get into. But what I do like is that it's very lethal, very, very lethal. And it's similar to real life, how, like some idiot with a gun can just kill you in one shot, and then that's it. You have basically no defenses in that game, and no matter how good you get, you're still going to be susceptible to things like that. So combat is very explosive, and the game very much rewards planning out what you're doing before you do it.
All right, let's talk D&D role-playing versus mechanics. How do you balance role-playing with the mechanical aspects of D&D during your games?
Okay. I think role-playing is more important than mechanics. I actually completely devalue mechanics.
Hey, for it.
I'm one of those DMs that will do whatever it takes to make the story interesting. I will absolutely fudge dice rolls. I will cheat. If the encounter is not going the way I want it to go, I will suddenly summon up reserves of monsters that nobody saw coming. None of that matters to me, because I don't think D&D is really about having like a fair game where players win or lose based on their decisions. I think D&D is about creating a memorable experience that 10 years later on, people will be like, oh, you remember this session? Like, that was so cool the way this happened. I know there's players that disagree with me, but you can go fuck yourselves.
Based. Nice.
I think if you want like a fair D&D experience, go play Baldur's Gate or something.
True.
But if you're playing with other people, like, it's just not that kind of game, man. It's about the role play. And that's also why I'm not a huge fan of D&D as a system. Like, it's the most popular system, which is why we play it. But the game is not set up very well for role playing. The combat rules are very detailed. The social rules are terrible, and they don't make any sense if you actually read them. So I prefer alternate systems. Like Blades in the Dark was pretty good, which is a D6 only base system. We played some Lancer. That was the most recent kind of game I ran. I liked Lancer. I would play that again, which is like a far future mech-based game. But it has a lot more of rule of cool type stuff. Like your mech pilots have certain skills, and the player writes what the skill is. They don't pick from a list. They can write anything they want. So they can just write stuff like cool under pressure, right? Whatever they feel like. And as long as the DM approves it. And then anytime a situation comes up, the player can say, like, I think my skill would apply here. And then the DM can like agree or disagree, and you talk about it. But it gives the character a lot more narrative control over what situations their character is good at and what situations the character isn't good at. And I think D&D is really lacking in that aspect. Like, a lot of times there's D&D characters I make that where I really want to focus on one particular thing. Like, I played a character once that was a contract devil. So I wanted my character to just be really good specifically at making contracts and getting like the better end of business deals over people. But D&D doesn't support this kind of mechanic. So it led to just a lot of arguments between me and the DM.
Okay. Well, that sounds like it takes collaboration. And speaking of collaborations with players, what do you think makes a great D&D party, and how do you encourage collaboration and teamwork among your fellow players?
Well, the best D&D party is a memorable party. And it doesn't really matter what the characters are as long as the characters have good chemistry. So to me, what really makes a good D&D party is that you're playing with other people that you're comfortable with and you like spending time around. I think it's tough to have good D&D parties if you just like start a pickup group or you join a group. The first few sessions, like the first campaign, probably is just going to be, it's going to be like traditionalist D&D where nothing really notable is happening. It's like typical quests, typical kind of like party dynamics. Maybe you have like a standoffish wizard and like a lusty bard or whatever. But you're not going to have like, because nobody makes crazy characters until they know other people and they're like, oh, this is like, I know this guy's going to get a kick out of this character. Like my favorite D&D party we ever had, it was a Pathfinder 2 party. We had all of us made like monstrous race characters for some reason that I don't remember. So we had a Gnoll rogue who I never saw do any rogue things the whole campaign, and an orc fighter. And they would just talk to each other like they were these huge brutish creatures, and they would just talk to each other like they were British intellectuals all the time. And they were just like looking down on the rest of the party as we were doing our antics. They act like they're better than us. The rest of the group man, what was this guy's character? He died a bunch of times, so it's hard to remember. Well, two of the characters were a kobold wizard or something, and one of his 20 children. I was the kid kobold. I was playing a college dropout kobold that thought his band was going places. I was a bard, and he was my disappointed dad. My mom had sent me off to go to work with my dad because I was just like lazing about at home trying to drum up sales for my next concert. And then we had the legendary Kenny Bones, who was a skeleton with 6 int, which is the lowest possible int score. Who somehow he was supposed to go to a certain tavern to pick up materials for a quest, but somehow he ended up in like a completely different tavern, and he ended up buying drugs off this guy.
Oh.
And we had like the entire town's supply of drugs, and then the whole plot was just derailed because now like this mafia group was after us trying to get their drugs back.
Interesting.
But see, that the party was absolutely incompetent. Like Kenny Bones was a ranger, and he didn't have a bow for the majority of sessions because he lost it. And he just never thought to replace it. And then like but a great party, it's not about whether you win or lose, it's about the party dynamic. And that party was great just because we would spend the majority of every session trying to get words out through laughing.
Oh, so that's key. That's key to enjoying D&D is having a bunch of friends that vibe with you. If you vibe with humor, I'm
still trying to get them to do a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough with me, but see, I keep waiting for the last patch, and then they announce a new last patch, so I put it off again. I think it'd be really funny to do like a Baldur's Gate 3 RP playthrough.
Yeah, patch 8.
Like my last one.
Yep. Okay.
I don't think I would play Baldur's Gate on what's that new difficulty? True something.
Honor mode.
Whatever the one harder than Tactician is. That's just overtuned, man. It's like it has the same issue I have with speedrunning games where like you can't really do it without memorizing the game first. It just feels like cheating.
Actually, Lead Free just finished Honor mode.
Honor mode, yeah. Because the honor mode's balanced so high that for the most part, you need to be playing pretty optimized characters, and you need to get a lot of the high-end gear. But a lot of the gear and stuff, like it's not obvious where it would be or how you would get it if you haven't played the game already. And to me, like I never like that kind of stuff in games. I feel like games are only fair if somebody playing blind can do it on their first try. Like it's possible for them to do it on their first try, and otherwise it's cheating.
Yeah,
this is always just cheating.
Yeah, there's literal honor mode guides on how to get to level 5 with no combat, like just with dialogue.
Yeah. It's just not fun, man. I would rather just play at lower difficulty at that point. Tactician was okay. I think Tactician's a little bit undertuned, but what are you gonna do? There's no in between. Actually, there might be an in between. I think you can change some of the levers individually.
Thank you for the bits, Lil Hollow. Thank you for meow bombing our interview.
But like we got through Tactician pretty. Like I was playing a pretty optimized character, and Matt P was also playing pretty optimized, and the Navius was just kind of picking whatever. And he also had the fourth character, and he was kind of doing whatever. And like we had to replay some fights a couple of times, but it wasn't that bad overall.
Yeah, I think RP would be fun.
RP is fun, but the only issue with doing RP stuff in video games is it's sometimes dialogue choices don't go the way you would think they would do, like in your head. Like you see a certain dialogue and you're like, oh, like this is a great sarcastic choice. Then your character says it and it's totally like it's not sarcastic at all. He actually believes it. You're like, well, I guess we're going the opposite way now.
Yeah, I think if I would I could see that happening because like my knee-jerk RP idea is like an orc that is just a barbarian that only thinks about smashing. So it's like zug zug smash is my dialogue like for 90% of the things, and that's not gonna go well.
You ever play Fallout characters like that with like 2 intelligence? It's pretty funny.
No. Does it have unique dialogue for characters like that?
It does.
Oh, interesting.
All the Fallout games have unique dialogue for low-end characters, and they're very robust, actually.
Oh, really?
I definitely recommend it.
Magic is for nerds to smash. True, that's pretty true.
Based.
All right. Okay, let's talk about D&D as streaming. Have you ever considered incorporating D&D sessions into your streaming content? If so, what would you want that experience to look like for your viewers?
I think D&D is a good streaming game. The problem with D&D is, well, there's 2 problems. The first problem is that, like, if I DM a game and I stream the game, if you want to DM a game and have it be interesting, consistently interesting, you have to spend a lot of time outside the game planning stuff. So then either I have to spend lots of time off stream doing it, or I have to have a lot of streams where I'm not really doing anything except planning stuff, which is, they're both kind of like not ideal options. The other problem is you need to have a group of people that all want to play D&D and are committed to playing it for the length of a campaign and also gel together, which I don't have. And finding a group like that is pretty tough. Like, it can be a pretty long commitment.
Yep.
I mean, most good campaigns last many months, at least.
Yep.
It's very hard to find streamers that even want to collab for multiple streams together.
Yeah, what
you know, like most people are down to collab once, and then that's it. But if you're like, hey, let's every Thursday from now on, let's play D&D, dude, hardly anybody will agree to that. Yeah, I don't know why, but they don't want to.
Yeah, what you, Navius, and Matt P did was very impressive, in my opinion. Just sync your guys' schedules the way you did and make a commitment. Because, like, even just doing this interview stuff, like, yeah, like you're saying, I only collab with that person like once every 6 months, and even that's hard to coordinate. So,
yeah, the only reason our playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 worked was because I swapped to the opposite schedule on Fridays to play it, because normally I had been streaming at like 6 or 7 a.m. And on Fridays to play, we would start at like 8 p.m. my time. And then Matt is not a streamer. So we just had to work around his work schedule, and the Navy streamed at like that time anyway, so it was okay.
Nice. Just get friends.
But if we had been 3 streamers together, like it would have been hard to get people to agree, I think.
Yeah, that's a nightmare scenario. Okay. All right. So I've never played D&D ever. So, what advice would you give to someone who's new to D&D and wants to get started with their first campaign?
Are you saying as a player or as a DM?
As a player. Like, I definitely would not just jump in as a DM, never having any experience. So, as a player, like, if I want to have a good time, what advice would you give me playing D&D for the first time ever?
I think the most important thing is to think of, like, don't look at the classes or races or anything. Just think of a character concept that you think is entertaining and that you would like to be involved with on a weekly basis. Right? So every time I've built a character mechanically from saying like, oh, I think this class is really interesting. I haven't liked that character. It hasn't been fun to play. Every one of the most fun characters I've ever had, I've put like very little work into the mechanics of it. Instead, I'm just like, hey, you know what would be a really funny character? Like, imagine if a party ran into a dude like this, and then I made that character. So I think the making like an RP character that you gel with is by far the most important part. Because if your character like sucks in combat, your DM can fix that. No matter what you do with your character, your DM can fix it. But your DM can't fix it if you don't like playing your character.
Yeah. Noted. Okay, that's pretty solid advice.
But like if you were going to make a character, you know, what sort of character archetypes do you like?
DM's killed my characters he didn't like, said Mo. Okay. That's possible.
That happens sometimes. I've definitely thought about that.
Nice. Reroll. Just tell reroll.
One of my friends one time, we had an all melee party, and then he made a character that just makes pits under things. So all our melee characters kept falling in the pits. After one session, I was ready to strangle him. Thankfully, he agreed to banish his character after that session, and we never heard from it again.
That's good. Okay.
Like if you were gonna make a D&D character, you know, what sort of characters do you like playing? You like being a big strong fighter dude? You like playing
melee,
wizards?
Smash,
melee,
big sword.
You like
smash.
playing? You want to be like a big buff dude? You want to be like a sexy chick, like Kill Bill?
Doesn't matter. Just smash. Actually, sexy chick sounds better.
Yeah, but keep in mind you're gonna have to roleplay as a female cat person or whatever.
Don't care.
All right. I hope you don't have any bards in your party.
Okay. Gato was a
You're gonna
barbarian.
be all over those cat girls.
Or a fighter. I enjoyed the fighter class in Gato is Sonia the Red. Don't know the reference, but
my group doesn't really do like romance or sex RP though. We never, like, a lot of groups, they have like a session 0 where they establish stuff like that. It just seems like every time it comes up, nobody's really into it, so we just kind of stop doing it after a while.
Wait, that's a possibility? You can have roleplay segs in D&D sessions?
Sure.
That's awkward.
A lot of times you won't RP all the sex out like it's VR chat or something. You're just gonna cut the black. But romancing NPCs is a very legit tactic, and it's something that comes up a lot in D&D, just like it comes up a lot in real life. But some groups don't like doing it.
Yeah, the gutter.
Like,
okay, G.
Like every time we've had a character that tries to hit on NPCs for information or something, the DM just isn't into it, so we just don't do it anymore.
Okay,
which is a bit disappointing, but whatever.
In theory, you could sleep your way into intel. Okay.
Yeah, that's where that whole trope about lusty bards came from, because people would make these high charisma bards and just like roll to seduce every girl NPC they came across.
Can be very useful if you run females as well. Okay.
Sure. Or if you're hot enough, you know, it doesn't matter what your gender is.
True. Plus, it's like 2025 basically. So, all right.
I'm not even sure D&D has genders anymore, unless Elon Musk buys it. Did you see that shit?
Oh, geez. Wait. I want to know your thoughts. Would it be a good thing or a bad thing in your opinion? Because I've heard arguments for either way.
I don't think it would really do much either way. I'm not really like, I'm not an Elon Musk fan, but I'm also not an Elon Musk hater. Like, I think the Twitter buyout was dumb because he was too personally involved in it. But if he just bought it and was like kind of hands off, I don't think it'd be a big deal. If he wants to get, he says he wants to get rid of all the woke stuff in D&D. I don't know. Like, it depends what he means by that. Because to some extent, I agree with him. I do think the stuff, how, like in recent D&D books, they've done a lot to make your race selection purely cosmetic. It's not really stat-based anymore. I can see the perspective of players that like this because they say like, well, now I'm free to pick anything to roleplay as. But personally, I'm on the other side. I liked it better when races had clear strengths and weaknesses, and you could like either lean into or against type. You know, if you played like a dwarven wizard, that was really weird because dwarves don't make very good wizards, you know? And that gives you opportunities to create like interesting backstory stuff that I feel like is missing when you make all the races the same. So if they reverted that aspect, I like it. But I mean, I'm not really clear what beyond that getting rid of woke stuff in D&D could mean, because D&D, like, it's not really an organized game. You know, most of the sessions are just at tables with peoples, you know, and every group has so many home rules and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, I've heard, you know, some people are excited because they don't agree with some of the changes that, you know, Hasbro or Wizards of the Coast or whatever it is did. And then I've also heard arguments that they're like, yeah, but he wants to use AI as a major component of game development, and it was just like gross.
I like AI. I'm not on the AI hype train. My feeling as a consumer is I want the best product possible. If AI makes a good enough product for me, then what's wrong with that?
Yep. Okay.
Like, if humans make a better product, okay, I'll get the human product. But I'm not going to say I'll never buy an AI product just because it's AI. I mean, look how good AI has gotten in just a couple years.
Mm-hmm.
I want access to the best art forms possible, even if humans can't make them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't think AI is at that point, though.
True. Okay. Let's switch subjects because you're notoriously one of the best moderators of all time, in my opinion.
Low bar.
What initially drew you to become a moderator for Code Biko, and what do you enjoy most about that role?
Initially, I just volunteered to be a mod because I was around all the time anyway. So I thought, why not? I mean, I didn't. There was no further thought put behind it. I just felt like, well, I'm here every stream. It makes sense for me to be a mod, I guess. It makes as much sense as anybody else being a mod. What was the second part of the question?
What do you enjoy most about the role?
I don't really like being a mod. That's probably why I'm a good mod. I don't know. I don't.
It's one of those.
I guess the best part of being a mod, I guess, is the fact that I can read people's chat histories, and sometimes they're funny. I'm not sure there's many other perks to being a mod.
No, there's not really. Like, because one, you're working. You don't get to enjoy the stream as much as other people. Two,
well,
you see the unmoderated chat, so some of the disgusting comments that some people make, and you have to deal with that.
Okay, but See, I have whatever in VTDV or 7TV or whatever it is that lets you see deleted comments anyway. So I read those chats no matter what channel I'm in. And my bar for like offensive comments is so high. I don't know if I've ever read an offensive comment on Twitch.
Wow.
Like
Okay.
most of the stuff that gets deleted, I just think it's kind of funny. Have you ever been to you know Artosis?
No. Who's Artosis?
He's a StarCraft caster, very long time Brood War caster, part of Tastosis. He streams StarCraft like every day. And if you ever go to his stream and you listen to his donos, then you won't be offended by other stuff on Twitch anymore. People just spam because StarCraft, like honestly, it's kind of boring to watch in a chatting sense. There's not a lot of stuff to say. So all they do is they just make TTS donos that are just like the nastiest Mario porn you can think of.
Okay.
And the whole goal is to try to make a donation that's like so revolting that Artosis will take time away from his game to skip it. It's pretty funny. I recommend. Great stream.
Kick W anal postulate? Wait, what? What? Well, interesting. Okay.
But yeah, I think people just have like very different bars for stuff like that. And that's also part of the trouble moderating is I'm very like relaxed when it comes to that kind of stuff because I don't take offense easily. And I think there's a lot of moderators that are on the other end of the spectrum and they're like they're very vigilant against people saying offensive stuff in their chat.
Okay.
Whereas I'm the kind of cop that'll see somebody speeding and just look the other way, you know? Like the cops here. Dude, the cops here do not take anybody down for traffic offenses anymore. It's terrible.
Interesting. Okay,
so every time I go on the subreddit for my city, it's just people complaining nonstop about traffic. Because we have like half the cops we're supposed to have for a city our size, so they just don't enforce anything.
Oof. Okay. Okay. So stops
Nobody
are
wants
more
to be
like
a cop anymore.
So stops are more of a suggestion type of thing.
Yeah, well, there aren't stops. That's the problem. People just somebody stood at a stoplight and counted the number of people that ran a red light in 2 hours, and it was like 160 something people ran the light in 2 hours.
Chava says you guys had extra work when Miko collabed with an Alinity. Do you remember that?
I do remember, but Alinity's chat's not very offensive, honestly. I mean, it depends what you think is offensive. I don't really think, like, if somebody is showing off how they look on camera and somebody in chat says something complimentary to that person, is that a bad thing? I think that's just par for the course, you know? Like there's a few comments that are over the line. We have to get rid of them. But for the most part, I mean, they're pretty well behaved.
I gotcha.
Like the people that would say really weird stuff, their hands are too busy to type.
Oh, true. Okay, so you were drawn to being a mod for CodeMiko because you're just kind of there, and you don't particularly enjoy the role, but you're like, okay, I'll do it. Okay.
Someone's got him.
Yep. How do you engage with the community during CodeMiko's streams? What strategies do you use to foster a positive environment?
I just talk all the time. I don't really have. My strategy is, I mean, I do have a strategy, and it's not really related to modding though. I feel like if you act like the kind of person you want to see, then more people will act that way. I think it's true in chat and it's true in real life. So If people in chat are saying like weird stuff, just say whatever you think they should be saying instead. I mean, most of the times when people make weird comments, they're not really like bad people. They're just kind of bored. So just give them something else to do.
A lot of roasting. Yep, we do a lot of roasting. Lead by example. True, Mo. True. I guess this more applies to the beginning, but how closely do you work with CodeMiko in managing her streams? And what's your favorite aspect of that collaboration?
Okay, well, if you think about the kind of person Miko is, right? She's very intense, and she's also she jumps around a lot, right?
ADHD go bar.
Like
yep.
she changes her focus a lot. She's like that all the time. So there have been times where I've done stuff for like every stream, and I'd talk about like what we're gonna do next stream, like every single day. And there's been times where we haven't spoken for like months. It just changes. Like it depends on how the stream is currently set up. It's like at the start, I did a lot of stuff. And then when she originally signed with an agency or whatever, and she got a manager, I did much less stuff because most of the stuff that was with like interviews and stuff. And once she started doing like big name interviews, it's mostly like her or, you know, her manager setting stuff up, and I wasn't doing that very much. And then there were other periods like I don't know, like a year ago, I'd say I was pretty involved, and I was doing stuff like every stream. And then now she has Ultra as a manager. So again, he's doing like, you know, most of the actual labor. True. And I do basically nothing.
Nice.
So it changes a lot. And then it also depends, like, because the type of content she does has changed many times. And there are some types of content that I'm suited to and I can help somebody make. And there are other types of content I can't do anything for, right? Like if it comes to like technical content, I'm not doing that. I have no hardware knowledge, no software knowledge. I can't, you know, I can't make 3D assets. I can't like program anything. When it's Micoverse, when it comes to like building Micoverse stuff, like I don't do any of that stuff. I've never done any of that stuff, and I probably never will because it's just outside my skill set. But if it was like, hey, if she starts doing like a lot of content inside of Micoverse every day, that kind of stuff I can do, you know? Mm-hmm. So it depends.
Okay. Wow, this question got edited pretty hard.
Yeah, and he talks about the podcast you mentioned the other day with you. I have never heard about that podcast before, and I haven't heard about it since. So I guess I have no comment.
That is the traditional CodeMiko experience. It's just like you get pulled live, and we're doing what now? Okay, sure.
Yeah, a lot of times she'll have an idea for something, and we'll like vaguely talk about it once, and then like 3 months later she'll be like, hey, let's do this thing we talked about, and I'll be like, okay. whatever you say.
So you might get pulled on a call to do a podcast with her in the future, and you'll just be like, all right, I'm doing it. Okay.
Sure. You ever see that Jim Carrey movie? I think it's called Yes Man, where he decides to just say yes to everything for 24 hours.
No.
It's not a bad movie. I saw it on a plane once, but I try to be kind of like that. Like I will give most stuff a try once. If somebody says something to me, if somebody's like, hey, you want to do this thing, and I don't have a legitimate reason not to do it, I'll say yes. Like, why I'm here. I mean, I didn't have any other plans for today. It's the same thing. So sometimes she'll just be like, hey, you want to do something like tomorrow at stream time? And I'll be like, well, I don't have anything planned, I guess. I'll be there.
There you go. There you go. Okay, so I originally had a question about you being one of the highest actions slash cats, and the question is now, in terms of mod actions performed, you are almost certainly CodeMiko's laziest mod. Why are you still like that?
This is a much better question. Dude, like, I don't know. Whenever people talk about being a mod, every other mod does more work than me. Every other active mod does more work than me. It's not even close. Like, there has been no time ever in the course of the channel, probably, where I've done the most work of any mod. I've done a lot of work outside of modding. Like, I'm more like a content guy than a mod, you know? But when it comes to doing like specifically mod stuff, like pruning through chat comments and like approving, disapproving stuff, you know, trying to keep people in line, like I don't do any of that. It's just not. I'm the most libertarian mod, because my issue is I don't believe in penalizing people if they say stuff that I could imagine myself saying. And I can imagine myself saying a lot of stuff. So it's very rare that I will personally delete a comment. Like sometimes there's stuff where it's like, okay, like this is a bit too far. You know, you can't really just proposition somebody like this and I'll get rid of it. But for the most part, you know, the stuff other people delete, I don't have a problem with it. And that's okay, because my philosophy with modding is that you should pick people to mod for you where their philosophy aligns with yours, because modding's not like a job. You shouldn't pick people and then expect them to conform to what you think a mod should be like. You should pick people that are already like that. That's how I feel, and that's why I never try to act in a way besides the kind of person I am.
All Red says
mods. I very much appreciate the fact that we have always had a lot of mods on the roster that like doing stuff that I hate doing, and they're very willing to do the stuff that I think is very boring, like policing the chat and stuff like that, because I'm never going to be the one doing that.
All Red says mod should be an extension of the streamer, right? Question mark?
The streamer should pick mods that represent the way they want their chat to look. I mean, we're not like the enforcement arm of the streamer. I mean, some people think that way. I don't think that way.
Modding is not a job. That's why they aren't paid.
That's why I always appreciate people like Matt P or Smokescreen, where they do a lot of the work that I don't want to do.
Nice.
It's complimentary. It lets me just do the stuff that I'm good at, which is, you know, try to entertain people.
Did you know you're a mod in Lead Freeze chat?
Yes. I'm a mod in lots of chats. I never do anything in any of them.
Smokescreen kind of deletes too many messages, says Grogden.
No comment.
No comment. Okay. In your experience,
I think it's important to have, like, when you're picking mods, you should have a bunch of different personality types so you can see what you like, and then you should mostly stack the kind of personality types you like. Like if you look on any big streamer's chat and you hang around long enough to recognize the mods, there are mods that they're hardworking and they police the chat and they make it so the stream doesn't get banned. And there's other mods that are only mods so that people can see what they're saying easier, right? Because they have a sword next to their name. That's the kind of mod I am. I don't actually think anything would have been different if I never got modded. Nothing I do is really related to me being a mod. It's just for, recognition, and so that I can help. Like, there sometimes stuff happens where it's like, there's bots everywhere, or there's a hate raid or something, and then like I'll do something about that. But when it comes to just making the chat look the way the streamer wants it, I'm not always on the same page as other people, because I don't really mind if chats are very degen. I just think it's funny.
Nice.
So
okay.
I like having other mods that will look out for that aspect, and then I don't have to think about it.
Although it's noted on your channel, you only have 8 AI as mod.
That fits with my philosophy of, I don't find stuff offensive. Like, what is somebody gonna say in my chat that's so bad I have to moderate it? All I've ever moderated in my chat are bot messages.
True.
Like, I actually can't think of something somebody could say that I'd be like, oh, I have to delete this. So I don't have mods.
Chava says, always have thought as a director of an orchestra for chat. You're saying the moderator?
I think there are some mods like that, and that's the kind of mod I try to be. I feel like it's not really a mod thing. It's like when it comes to running a stream, you need a bunch of people that are good at doing different things. And one of the kinds of people you need is somebody that can he is like a hype guy, kind of like they control the mood of the chat, and that's what I try to do.
Join best hype man. Okay.
But then like you need other guys that are like bouncers and stuff, but usually they're not the same guy, right? If you think about like a venue in real life, you'd have different people doing these different jobs. That's kind of how I feel like it should be in streams too.
Yep. Okay. Jormh hype man, he tramped under Flavor Flav. True. All right. What advice would you give to somebody who wants to be a moderator for a streamer? What qualities do you think are important for a good mod?
I think if you're in a stream and you think to yourself, I want to moderate this stream, you should honestly, like, you don't have to say it out loud. You don't have to tell anybody else, but you should think to yourself, why do I want to moderate this stream? And if the answer is anything very parasocial, like, oh, I want to get to spend more time with the streamer, or oh, maybe the streamer will notice me if I do this, or anything like that, you just shouldn't do it. Like, it's not going to happen. A lot of streamers don't like a lot of streamers don't treat their mods like people even.
Nope.
I mean, they're just like robots, like they're just like the chat word filter, but they're humans. So the first thing you should do is think about whether you want to do that because you actually want to make the chat look a certain way, or because you want to be parasocial. If you want to be parasocial, like, you should just go be parasocial a different way. Like, I just don't think modding is a good way to do that. It's a lot easier to ingratiate yourself with the streamer if you have more time to type, because you don't have to spend so much time moderating other people's chats. So if you want to mod, you should be modding because either you think you would do a good job at it, like you spend a lot of time focused on the stream and you're very attentive, or you see a lot of stuff in chat that the current moderators are permitting that you don't think should be permitted. And those are basically the only reasons you should do it. But then after that, like, I don't know, like, it's just, if you aren't somebody who's spending 90% of the stream actively with the stream open, not doing something else, then don't moderate. Because really, that's you're gonna have to be doing a lot more of that. And a lot of people don't find that fun. A lot of people just watch streams in the background while they do other stuff, and that's totally fine. There's no pressure to become a mod.
True. All right, and then the second half of the question is, what qualities do you think are important for a good mod?
Hmm.
You can censor heretics. Nice, Grogda. Nice.
I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot of different ways people think about modding. So to me, the most important qualities in a mod are that you have some kind of standard for how people should talk in the chat, and that the streamer doesn't hate your standard. As long as you can, like, even if they're not very close to each other, as long as you can kind of agree with each other and you won't hate the decisions the other person makes, then you'll be compatible. It's totally okay. Like, some people do think the opposite way from me, and they think of modding as like a job where you should conform to the way the streamer feels about everything, which is fine. Like, if you think that way, then you're gonna be better at modding than I am. I just don't think that way.
Chava wants to know, what do you think of mods that cross barriers too far with the streamer? Is it the fault of the mod or the streamer?
Stuff like that you can't really say without getting more information. I mean, any kind of parasocial stuff, it's like in real life, okay, when a girl does something nice to a guy and a guy is like, I think she's flirting with me, like, whose fault is that? Is it the guy's fault for misinterpreting this? Is it the girl's fault for giving off signals that can be misinterpreted? It depends on the case. There's a lot of different ways stuff like this can happen, and everybody, when they tell you about it, is going to tell you in the way that's most favorable to them, right? So unless you specifically see it with your own eyes, you have the receipts in hand, you can't say for sure. Okay. I will say, I personally have not seen very many cases in streams that I mod where the moderators are being overly parasocial. I have definitely gotten that vibe in other streams, but I don't have, obviously I don't have access to any sort of inside communications there, so I can't say for sure. I can just judge them by what they're saying in public.
Correct. Well, on that same topic, like, what would be like an example of a bad mod streamer relationship that you can think of? And you don't have to give specifics of who or what, just kind of like a broad thing that you may or may not have seen in the past. To me, the only real bad mod relationships that I've seen in streams are the ones where the person who's modded, it's usually a guy in a girl streamer stream who is like overprotective of the streamer. Yep.
And gets rid of a lot of messages that no normal person would get rid of, just because they feel jealous or something, like white knighting kind of behavior.
Yep.
I mean, in general, if a mod is more restrictive than the streamer is, that's going to be a bad relationship. If the mod is more permissive than the streamer, it's fine because the streamer can just get another mod. But if the mod's too restrictive, like, that's not going to work, because you're just getting rid of stuff like the streamer doesn't want you to get rid of. And nobody wants their chat thinned out for no reason.
Yep. Streamers, my GF not chats. Actually, I have seen that. I have seen it where there's a moderator who deletes any messages that are anywhere near relation to just kind of, like, even just a light compliment or something. Like, oh, he's flirting with her.
Oh, yeah, blah, blah. It definitely happens. It's, from what I've seen, it's mostly in girls' chats, too. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, and then, like,
but I guess that's to be expected.
Yeah, and then chatters leave, and they'll never go back. They'll never go back there. Like, the mods are assholes over there. Like, fuck that streamer type of thing.
The worst ones are the ones where there's a mod that acts like that, and the streamer doesn't even get rid of the mod. Usually, and I'm generalizing here, because the mod gives them a lot of money.
Hey, do you know a streamer by the name of Renee right here? Do you know? Sorry, we just got rated. What? Do you know a streamer by the name of Renee right here? They just rated us with 34 people.
No, but thanks for the raid.
Hey, thank you. Yes, we come from the Curse Theater. Give us a show. Well, let me shout you out so me and Jormh can see. Oh, Fruitsy told. Okay, so friend of the show, Fruitsy pointed you here. Okay, Renee right here. Well, I'm Ninjago.
I didn't get the music I wanted.
I'm looking
I wanted to mod
looking at your
the clowns, but that did not.
I'm shouting you out. Looking at a clip. Yeah, so my name's Ninjago. I'm a 3D VTuber in Unreal Engine, and I do interview content every Sunday. I've interviewed Fruitsy Collins, and right now I'm interviewing CodeMiko's head mod, Jormh. Jormh and I are a big fan of the CodeMiko community and CodeMiko's content, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to interview him. So welcome, Renee, right here. Welcome. Thank you for bringing your community over. Applesauce, Lovin' Frogs, Lammy, Rosie, Sabard. How are you? Get comfy. Come get comfy. Yeah, I'm a cat. I'm a cat 3D VTuber in Unreal Engine. I can give you a quick tour real quick right here. But yes, if you enjoy interview content, meow, 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 meow. Little Hollow always embarrassing me in front of raiders. Yep. Yep.
Ah, the sound that makes me.
You just knows the cat was a speaker. Yeah, we're very progressive on this channel.
So what happens is my community, anytime they subscribe, become cats of my project. And yes, I am the cat. I am the cat VTuber you see on the screen right now. So yeah, welcome. And Renee, if you're ever interested in an interview, let me know. I like doing interview collabs, learning about streamers and their history. Hey, thank you, Cat Bear and Cafe. Thank you for the follow. Yes, I had an incredible interview with Fruitsy. If you guys have not heard Fruitsy's story, you absolutely could check it out on my YouTube. Let me link the socials. Link the socials. So let me just type !socials. If you guys haven't hung out with Fruitsy, let me shout out Fruitsy. Really quick. We haven't done the shout out train. I was going to do it after the interview.
I can show off the office a little bit.
But Fruitsy has one of the most incredible, consistent themed projects. It's kind of got that Dreamcast, GameCube era vibe.
We've got some.
Project looks incredible, and Fruitsy has one of the most interactive gaming chatting experiences, because you can literally play a game. You can play Fruitsy's racing game, you can play Fruitsy's fishing game, and it's a lot of fun. So hang out with Fruitsy next time Fruitsy's live. Renee's chatters become rats. Dangerous to have two communities in the same room, I think. Yes, we are gatos. We do enjoy. I do enjoy mice. So, but yes, I appreciate you.
We're natural predators.
Natural predators, true. Yes. So
watch your backs.
So yes, Renee, get comfortable. Thank you for bringing your community over. I appreciate it. Thank you, Fruitsy, for guiding a friend over, and I hope you guys enjoy this interview. So I was just asking Jormh, what are good qualities to have as a moderator? And I could also ask that same question to Renee, as well as Fruitsy. What qualities do you think are important for a good mod? I will ask both Fruitsy and Renee. I will say for a good mod, to me, the moderator only job is to moderate chat. Like, a good mod just removes the bots, deletes anything that in chat that may break terms of service. That's really all I would expect of a bot. I'm not expecting them to direct the direction of the stream, the content of the stream. Message deleted by mods. My mods cuss me out. Well, that's interesting, Rosies.
What kind of depends on like the way I talk in streams. It's on purpose and it's designed after the way mods talk in other chats I used to be in, where the mods were basically useless and only there as like clowns, you know? They're like sidekicks or something. So that's the way I think of mods, and that's still the way I think of mods.
Renee's right here says, being an example of what a good chatter is. Okay. Showing compassion. Nice. Yeah, I think
I will say
Jormh
though, there's
is pretty open as far as comments go. Like, he's not an overly zealous mod that will slash all
Yeah, I don't
chats.
Now it's important that you also have, when it comes to Discord mods, you have to pick them differently from Twitch mods. Because
really?
Discord mods, like, you want Discord mods. Okay, if you have a big server, there are going to be cliques that form on your server. This happens on every single Discord server. And if you spend enough time in any Discord server, you will see what I'm talking about. And if to moderate Discord properly, you have to understand all the cliques. It's just like being a high school teacher or something. And you can't understand the way the cliques interact with each other unless you spend a lot of time on Discord. There have been times where I was a good Discord moderator and I spent enough time there that I knew, like, if I saw a name, I knew what groups of people they hung out with on Discord, what groups were feuding with those groups, you know, what the interest groups every group was. And then when there's conflicts, it's very easy to resolve because, you know, like, okay, well, if these two people get in an argument, I know this guy's almost certainly antagonizing this other guy. So I'm going to go to him first and tell him to lay off, you know. You can't moderate Discord if you don't have an understanding like that of all the groups. It's just going to lead to people being like disgruntled and leaving the server. And that does happen like a lot of times when people mod Discord badly. There's been a lot of cliques that have come and gone because there's certain core members of cliques, and if you have to get rid of them for some reason, the rest of the group are going to follow them. So I would say being a Discord mod is a pretty tough job, and it's important. It's more important to constantly update your Discord mods, I think, than to constantly update your Twitch mods. Because the Discord mods will a lot of times be doing stuff when the streamer is not watching, right? Because they'll be moderating offline and stuff.
Yep.
Whereas when it comes to on-stream mods, like the streamer can see everything that's happening.
I've also seen a lot of brown nosing when the streamer is on a Discord server.
Well, yeah, you can't do much about that.
Yeah, just let it go. Just let it go. I will.
There's always a lot of people on Discord servers that are only there to interact with the streamer. And that's just how it is. Like, you just have to moderate more when the streamer is active in Discord.
Based. I'm in a Discord where the streamer has a rule against clicks, but that doesn't really work. How do you police
It
that?
never works.
Like, how do you, like...
If you have a rule against clicks, all that's going to happen is the biggest click is going to force all the other clicks off the server.
Yep.
And then they'll say, we're not in a click. It's everybody on the server is hanging out. What are you talking about?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Renee. Thanks for bringing your community over, and hopefully they enjoy this interview content. And yeah, I'll hit you up via Discord DMs. I will say I have been in a Discord where they were like, I got overly policed to where it's like, they're like, good vibes only, good vibes only, good vibes only. And you couldn't even make a joke. Like, none. Like, whatsoever.
Yeah.
And then I just left.
Everybody's idea of good vibes is different.
True. The rule against clicks backfires 100% of the time, says Box. True. Okay. Yeah,
I mean, like, I'm a really toxic person off stream. I like being toxic. I like being around other people that are being toxic. It's very funny to me because of, you know, every game I grew up playing just has toxic communities, and that's just how it is. So the stuff, like when it comes to me and Click Simon, the stuff we say to each other is stuff that definitely would get moderated by people outside of the click, right? But in click, we don't mean anything bad by it, so it's kind of like weird if somebody is like, hey, we're deleting your message for saying this. It's like, well, I didn't mean it offensively, and this guy didn't take it offensively.
I've seen a few Discords destroyed by mods. True, Chava. I've also seen that. Yeah, I didn't think about that aspect, that you should have very different mods, or at least recognize that you should have different types of mods for Discord versus chat. But that was a very good point.
Yeah, that's why I never liked the idea of having the same people automatically be mods on both.
Okay. All right. Let's do one last mod question. In your experience, how does effective moderation contribute to a streamer's community and overall success?
I think when it comes to your success as a streamer, it's really important. It's mostly about like cultivating the right community to watch you that you can like gel with. In that regard, I do think mods are very important. Like anytime you see, like if you ever go on LSF, sometimes you'll see clips of people and you'll see people talking in the comments about like, oh, like, all these has-been gold viewers went to this other guy's channel and were just insulting him nonstop. He's got such a toxic community. That's the kind of stuff that mods can actually do a lot of stuff to help with. Because if you consistently call these kind of aggressive people early, they don't stick around and they go somewhere else. So in that regard, I think mods are very important. I also think mods in general, like the vibe mods give off is pretty important, because when new people come into the chat, they're going to act the way the majority of other people in the chat are acting, right? And the way the majority of the other people in the chat are acting is like pruned by the mods. It's like cutting a bonsai tree or something. So the mods do a lot of like the streamer picks the topics of the stream that the chat will talk about, but the mods do a lot of the shaping of like how the dialogue in the chat is actually going, and that can do a lot to draw in new viewers.
No, I agree. All right, now let's just talk Twitch in general, like overview. Why did you start watching Twitch in the first place?
Originally, a very long time ago, like I said, I first learned about Twitch because there were like League of Legends tournaments here, and my friends were playing the League beta or something, whatever it was, the first tournament, and they were like, dude, like you gotta go watch this game on this website, it's so sick. And then off and on since then, I've watched Twitch. I mostly watched esports for a really long time. I'd watch League, I'd watch Brood War, I'd watch fighting games, especially Street Fighter. I was never much of a Tekken fan. Kind of like Guilty Gear. I tried Overwatch for like one day when it came out, but that game was so horrible to watch. But yeah, it's basically only esports. And then, I don't know, like 4 years ago or something, I was watching Miko, and I was like, man, like the chat's kind of slow, you know. I can do something about this. And then I just started talking a lot, and that was also when I started watching Twitch a lot.
Wait, let's talk about that. What was the first Code Miko stream you can remember?
The first stream I remember was I was on LSF and I saw a clip of the original Code Miko walking around a room. And I clicked on it because I thought it was a Project Melody clip. And I watched her and I was like, wow, this is like pretty good. I should go check out her stream. So I went to her stream and followed it. And I went back to her the next stream. I think, I mean, she had like, I don't know, 30 viewers or something. I think she just like talked with the chat. I think she did a kissing booth that stream. Like, she used to have a lot of weirder content. You could like donate and then like a guy would show up and like just kiss her and then go away. I'm pretty sure that was the first stream I watched. But then she got shadow banned or something, so I didn't see her for a long time. And then like 3 months later, I saw her stream again, and then that was when she had changed to Miko 2.0 because something happened. I think her hard drive died or something with the 1.0 project. I can't remember. But she was like, it was like one of her first streams at 2.0. She was just moving into that small apartment. And then from then on, I watched pretty consistently.
Okay. And which stream influenced you to start chatting? And
I don't remember if it was a specific stream, but I remember I watched her streams and I was like, man, you know, I think she's a pretty good streamer. You know, like I think she'd be pretty good. Like if she got a big viewer base. And every stream I watched streams with very fast moving, like very active chats. So I was like, well, maybe I can just like talk a lot and it would make other people like me see the stream and want to hang out here. So I started doing that a lot. And the reason I was like primed to be really active was because like outside of Twitch, I was kind of like coming out of a depression. So
Okay.
I'd been like isolated kind of for a long time. And I felt like, okay, like this is, I gotta branch out. I gotta meet people and try to be more talkative and stuff. And this seemed like a suitably safely removed way from other people to do that, you know? So it was like the conflux of these factors is why I started talking a lot.
Okay. And was that pre-COVID or post-COVID?
I'm real bad with years. During COVID, I guess.
Okay. So everyone was forced at home.
During.
It didn't matter because Jormh was coming out of his own isolation. And
I think so, right. Dude, COVID literally affected my life zero. Except I had to wear a mask when I went to the grocery store.
That's about it for you? Okay. Yes, you do live in a very red state. You also are in a blue speck in a very red state.
Most people did not wear masks when they went to the grocery store.
I gotcha. Okay. Alright, so yeah, I was the same way. I was a lurker. I was a lurker for a long time, but then I wanted to interact. So then, made the Twitch account and started chatting. And Code Miko was one of my inspirations as well to start being more active chatter. Okay.
I just felt like I could take the culture I liked from other streams and just like transplant it into her stream. There were varying degrees of success. It kind of parts of it worked. But if you look at her chat currently and the chats I took inspiration from, they haven't quite evolved the same way.
Corey as a fish says, how do we get more love from Jormh?
I don't know what this means.
Which streams did you transplant? Wants to know Grogden.
The stream I watched the most before Miko was Quinn69, who I still will recommend that stream to anybody that likes very active chats and likes making fun of idiots, because he is an idiot. He is a very good idiot streamer. He mostly streams ARPGs and stuff, although he's done like a lot of IRL stuff lately. He's usually streams like Path of Exile and stuff like that. He's pretty big, like 10K plus streamer.
Oh wow.
His chat is just very funny. They literally just clown on him 24/7. The entire time he's live, he's just being bullied. It's hilarious. Which is why I'm so aggressive in stream chats.
Okay.
I'm not talking other chats before Code Miko. No, like I would just say like lol occasionally. That's about it. I didn't like actively chat. Because life on Twitch changed the way you interact outside. Not really. I mean, there's a conflux of things. Am I the same as I was like 5 years ago? No. Is it because of Twitch? I don't know. Is it because of antidepressants? Maybe. I mean, there's more than one thing that could be the cause of it, so I can't say for sure. I do try to make more jokes now in real life than I did then, but I had already been like trying to make more jokes before I started talking on Twitch, so I can't say for sure again.
Jormh's love is like rare earth metals. True. Corey is a fish.
Dude, they just give me antidepressants to take, and when I take them, it's like I'm buzzed. It's sick. I don't know if they make me like not depressed. They just make me feel like uninhibited.
I will echo that people say antidepressants just make you kind of numb to everything type of thing. All right.
Any rising star you could recommend? I don't know. It feels kind of inappropriate to go on somebody's interview show and then like recommend other streamers,
Yeah, you should recommend Ninja Gato.
I've spent a lot of time the past month or so. I've been watching Twitch a lot. Like a lot. Like, I don't know, 8 hours a day probably. And I have been watching mostly small streamers. And what I will say is there are a lot of smaller streamers out there. Well, there are some smaller streamers out there that are very good, and I think they would make solid big streamers. There are also a lot of small streamers out there that shouldn't be streaming.
Interesting. I have seen you.
I think there's this later section about this.
I have seen you hanging out a lot with Mizuki. She's definitely an awesome hidden gem on this platform. It's a tough world.
She's
True.
Very entertaining.
Yep.
She just opened her merch store where she's selling cups and stuff. And I was thinking about whether or not to buy one, but the same day she opened her merch store, my coffee mug that I had been using for like 12 years cracked and coffee started leaking out of it.
That was a sign.
Well, I guess that's a sign.
A sign for the universe. Now. Nice. All right. Well, speaking of being in other people's chat, when you are in chat, what are your favorite and least favorite types of chatters to see? Izu is great. Yeah, she's good peoples.
My favorite chatters to see are people that are kind of like me. Like they don't take the stream or the streamer or other people too seriously. They're kind of just there to have fun. They're just like vibing or making jokes. My least favorite people to see are the people that are only there because they're parasocial. The kind of people that they show up, they just white knight for the streamer. They never, ever make jokes at the streamer's expense. They talk down to people that do. They The worst part is these kind of people usually only talk to the streamer. Like, I don't know, have you seen a lot of people like that in streams? They come into streams, they ignore everybody else in chat and only talk.
Only talk to the streamer. Oh, oh, did we lose Jormh? Am I live? Am I live? I think Jormh froze. Jormh froze.
Reasonably fast when we chat, I don't know, maybe 25, 30%. What are the odds somebody in chat reads it? 100%. That's why I try to say stuff that I think would make other people laugh. Like, I just try to type stuff that I think would be funny if I saw somebody else say it. Because then the comment will be appreciated no matter what.
Okay, hold on. Time out, time out.
Am I lagging?
We just hit a lag spike. We hit a lag spike. Alright, I'm alive. Jormh, you lagged for us. You're back. I refreshed the source. 1, 2, 3. You still see me, Jormh?
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Does everything sound good now?
I think. I am guilty of only talking to streamers sometimes. Hello? Yes, we are live. We are live. You hear me, Jormh?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
I don't know. Like I said, it's snowing here, so that could be it.
Oh no. No, we had another leg spike. Okay. Wait, he's back. He's back. Alright, if we hit one more, we'll switch to Discord. We'll switch to Discord, which I'll talk you through that. I think we're good. Okay. I think it's great when chat entertains themselves. Yes, true. I'm way talkative to just chat with the streamer. We Gucci. Okay, we got most of the audio. Yeah, I think we're Gucci. All right, so you don't like
the
parasocial.
Perfect viewer is somebody who's so talkative they can't only talk to the streamer.
Yeah, that definitely helps. It also helps keep the chat moving, which generally gives a healthy feel to a stream. I think a dead chat it feels awful. It doesn't feel good. All right, let me ask you on picking a stream. What qualities in a streamer/stream are most important to you when finding someone new to watch?
Well, I've done this a lot recently. So to me, the most important factors when it comes to like a stream that I want to watch is that the streamer has to want to be there. It doesn't sound like a very high bar, but it is a very high bar. And if you watch a lot of low viewer streams, you will see what I mean. There are lots of people that are just streaming and they're just waiting for people to chat so they can respond to them. Okay. Those people don't want to be there. I want the people that literally would do the exact same thing, whether their stream was on or not. Those are the streams I like being in because there's no pressure on me to do anything, right? Because the streamer like is having fun on their own and they're making their own content. And then also when it comes to the kind of like humor I do, I'm like a reactive person, right? I don't set up jokes. I let other people set up jokes and then like I take the bait. So it's a lot easier for me to work with somebody that likes the sound of their own voice and will talk all the time. When it comes to people that, you know, they have like limited commentary about games, it's like I can't do very much. So I usually just move on to a different stream.
Interesting. Okay.
I will also say the actual content of the streams is basically unimportant to me. Almost every streamer I watch does stuff that I have no interest in, like a large portion of the time. I watch a lot of technology streamers, programming streamers, music streamers, interview streamers. No offense. None of these things are things that I have put any brain power whatsoever into, besides like occasionally seeing them on stream. But it's not like, it doesn't really matter. Like if I watch a programmer program something, right, and I have no idea what's going on with the programming, but they are enjoying the programming and they talk all the time, and like there's other stuff for me to be entertained by, like them making comments or telling stories or whatever, that's fine. It's better than watching somebody play like something I'm really into, but they don't have good like pattern, you know?
Okay.
Also, I like looking at anime girls.
True. Boobas make things better. Mo says true. It's not the subject, but the performance. I'll agree with that.
Right. It's a nice bonus when the subject is something I'm interested in, but I mean, you have to have realistic standards. Most people that you're very rarely going to find somebody who's both a good streamer and somebody you vibe with and is interested in the same things you are. That's like not going to happen. So you have to think about what's most important to you, and then like accept other stuff as it comes.
Man, I'm tempted to ask a question that you weren't aware of, but I'm also afraid.
Go for it. I mean, if it's a bad question I don't want to answer, I'll just pretend to DC again.
Okay. How's Gata doing in your opinion? Like, you've been in my stream a couple times. Like, how do you think I'm doing as a content creator?
This plays more into a different question, but I think you're doing pretty good. My main problem with you is I just really like my bar for drama interest is like so high. And if a Twitch streamer isn't actively killing another Twitch streamer, like I don't care about it. So it's mainly like a subject issue here.
Okay, the news content.
I'm just not like, I'm not really much of a news guy. I've been, my quality of life is much higher since I stopped reading the news, and I cut out every mainstream like social media news source from my life.
Okay. What if they throw a cat? No,
but
don't throw a cat. I'm doing okay. I
will say it does seem like you like being here. I never feel like when I'm in your stream, there's just like lots of dead air and you're like, man, I just wish I could end. And I do feel like that in a lot of other streams. So props to you on that.
Hey, thank you. Why smug when you
I mean, if you ever watched my stream, a lot of times I just wish I could, like, you know, do censored things to myself.
Well, it's kind of, yeah, I try to balance it. It's tough because like some people are very interested in what's going on in the world, want a place to be able to talk about it, whether that's politics, religion type of thing. And so I try to find a balance to allow a place that they can talk about it, but also not let that become the only content, and try to do like a balanced diet type of thing, in my opinion. But sometimes I do a good job and sometimes I don't do a good job.
Well, I also have another issue where I know most of the people in your chat. So if I were to come into your stream when you're talking about like political comments, and I was to make a lot of political commentary, you know, they can't forget it. They'll remember. So it's better for everybody if I just don't say anything.
Interesting. Okay. This is the guy who read every book out loud from games on stream. Wait. You read books on games? Or was that me? I don't think I did. I can't read.
I read everything I find on stream. I have said many, many times I would not watch myself. I'm not the kind of streamer I like watching.
Oh, books again. Oh, like in Baldur's Gate 3, you read every book that you come across on that game?
I read every single lore thing I find in every single game.
I'm always all like, too long, didn't read. Next. Is it worth money? Okay. Is it worth money? Okay.
I gotta know what the lore is so that I can rag on the writers.
Audiobook content, Jorm. Yes, he's like audible. Okay. All right, let's get back on track to you and your future plans. What are your goals for the next year in terms of streaming and gaming? Are there any specific games or milestones you're looking to achieve?
Before the year ends, I'll stream Alex. I know I said I
Really?
would months ago and months before that, but this time I totally will.
Okay.
I don't know when, sometime in December. I don't know if I'll stream Elden Ring or not because every time I load up Elden Ring, and I've loaded up like, I don't know, 5 times recently, I just don't feel any urge to play. Like it just seems so boring. I kind of want to finish it, but then like, I don't know. If I ever open the game and I feel like playing, then I'll stream it.
You've been waiting too long. Do it.
It's not really waiting too long. It's just like I have the same issue when I stop playing where I'm just kind of annoyed with the game design. I would just rather be playing Lies of P or Sekiro again. I think there's a lot of like really aggravating things about how the devs designed bosses in Elden Ring, and how a lot of the ways I like to play don't work on most of the monsters. Like if every creature in Elden Ring was parryable, I would like the game way more.
Jorm's gonna wait. You haven't finished Elden Ring?
Nope. I got to like the end of the DLC. There's like I have to do, I don't know, 5 or 6 bosses in a row. And then I was a poison build. I tried one boss and it was immune to poison. And then I went to Bale and it's like, well, you can't even fucking hit his head if you lock on with hand-to-hand weapons. So I just gave up.
Wait,
And I went to play Once Human.
wait, but you're on New Game
Once Human
7.
was a great game, by the way. I totally recommend that game.
Wait, you're on New Game 7, so you have a separate save for your stream, basically, and you haven't finished it for stream?
What do you mean?
Elden Ring.
I have only played the DLC on New Game Plus 7. I speedran the game until I was New Game Plus 7 before I started the DLC, so that I could only experience the DLC at New Game Plus 7. So I have never finished the DLC. I've done 3/4 of it probably.
Oh, but you finished the
But
base
not the
game.
end bosses, not like Radon and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, obviously you finished the base game because you're on New Game 7. There gato. Okay. Oh.
Now my other stream thing, I don't know. In terms of games, I want to play WoW again. I think I'm gonna
Really?
resub to retail.
Really? Are you gonna stream that?
It's been like 2 years. I might stream it because I don't have a raid spot. Like we have tanks. So until I find somewhere else to raid, like all I have to do is like Mythic Plus and Pug and stuff. I might stream it. I'm thinking about it. I haven't decided for sure yet. I still think WoW is really boring, but you know, maybe people like watching boring stuff. Like I've watched a lot of boring content in the past month, so my mind has been opened up a little bit with regards to the idea that some people would be interested in watching something that I think is super boring. Because I've watched a lot of small streamers doing stuff like that recently.
Loved when you made a stream of Needy Streamer Overload. Any plans on other visual novels? Maybe the Korean naughty visual novel that Miko played? The 5 Hearts Under One Roof? Would you do that?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that's a very good VN. And it's not only because there's real girls, but that's part of it. I just don't think the writing's very good. It's like it's way too jokey, you know? I like stuff with more like plot to it. And most of the VNs I read, I don't think are allowed on Twitch. Because they're all adult.
All right, and then Splitfire wants to know: Would you stream WoW Classic Hardcore?
No.
No.
Well, if I played WoW Classic Hardcore, I would stream it, but I would never play it. And if you see me playing it on stream, You should like. Isn't there a report where the streamer needs like psychiatric help or something? You should do that. WoW Classic is just like, I'm never gonna play that, dude. It's so boring. I would rather go pick up RuneScape, old school RuneScape, than play WoW Classic again. And I've never like, I don't even have nostalgia for old school RuneScape. I never played it, and that game is boring as hell. I would still pick it up before WoW Classic.
Okay. All right, let me ask another question. Have you considered branching out into other forms of content creation, like YouTube? Or collabs with other Twitch streamers? No YouTube? No other collabs?
I'm not really interested. Like, dude, I don't even try to expand my Twitch audience. I just get on and do the same thing I would do anyway. The issue with other platforms is they're all a lot more work than Twitch. Like, if I make YouTube videos, I have to actually edit them and stuff. That's not happening. I'm not spending hours watching myself talk. Are you crazy? I feel like you'd have to be so narcissistic to be able to do that. No offense.
Any other collabs in the works? Or thoughts about other collabs? Actually, I heard that you did a pretty fun one with Box TV and VR Chat. Did you ever go back into VR Chat?
Sure. I mean, I kind of want to set up my VR stuff so Miikoverse will work with it. I probably will end up doing that sometime this month. But the issue with doing that is like, I'm not a hardware guy and I'm not a software guy. So me setting up tech stuff is like very aggravating. And especially when it comes to stuff like tracking for a character, it's tough because everybody has different tracking setups. So there's not even like a guide you can follow most of the time. You just have to kind of find somebody else who has your setup or figure out everything yourself. In terms of collabs, it depends what you mean by collab. Like if somebody says, "Hey, Jormh, you want to go do something on my stream with me?" I'd say yes, probably.
Just ask.
I say yes most of the time. But if you mean like, are you going to actively seek out collabing with other people? No, I don't do stuff like that. I don't care about expanding my reach. I like making content. Like I like doing stuff that people think is funny, but I don't really care about my personal brand or having an audience or anything. I like enhancing other people's streams. But if they want to do stuff like that, like they're the one getting the benefit from it, so they have to do the planning.
Fair, very fair. Okay. Let me ask you, why do you dislike being labeled as a streamer or content creator?
Okay, so if you think about like a content creator, right? What a Twitch streamer, okay? What is the primary job of a Twitch streamer? It's not creating content. No, it's cultivating a community. And part of that is entertaining, but the majority of it is a lot of things besides entertaining. There are some Twitch streamers that are successful only from being entertaining, right? But not very many. For the most part, the people that are successful are the people that put in a lot of work outside of stream to get a community that wants to keep showing up every day and has a place to hang out when they're off stream, and they plan stuff for every stream so that the people that show up are entertained, right? Like there's a lot of like maintenance stuff and there's a lot of social engineering stuff. And I don't do any of that stuff. When I stream, I just stream what I would do anyway. Which is why I don't like being compared to like regular Twitch streamers. I feel like it's kind of insulting to them to imply that we're doing the same thing. Like if you compare my stream and your stream it takes like orders of magnitude more work than my stream. I watch your stream, like you have guests on, You have all these articles lined up. You have to have already read through them all. You have like an idea of like stuff playing out every day. I haven't spent a lot of time in your Discord, but it's clearly a lot more organized than my Discord and stuff like that. Like I just don't. I'm like a I'm not even at like a hobbyist level. I'm just some dude that has a camera that turns it on sometimes when he plays video games. So I don't like being compared to actual content creators when I watch a lot of content creators and I know that what they're doing is like actually a lot of work. And what I'm doing is not like that.
Jormh is more like a drive-by streamer. Nodders. Okay.
Kind of.
Kind of.
I'm kind of like Clint Stevens, but I'm not as funny.
Who's Clint Stevens?
Who? Clint Stevens is a very well-known Mario 64 speedrunner who shows up like once a year to stream and collect sub money and tell the same stories he's told like 120 times already and then leaves again for another year.
Mo did say, I wish somebody at Twitch heard this and learned to recognize the difference. True, Mo. Classic.
I do think it would be good if like people like me were somehow in a different category than other people. Like another aspect is rating, for example. Like when I watch people that actually care about their communities get rated, right? They talk to the people that come in, they shout out the streamer, like you go through and you thank everybody at the end of your stream. You'll rate other people to try to build a network up. I don't do any of that stuff because I just like fundamentally don't really care about building a community. Like it's just not something that is important to me because I don't see myself ever being like a successful streamer. Like I think a lot of people do this. Whether they admit it or not, they see it as kind of like a dream job, and a lot of people would love to quit their day jobs and do content creation for a living. But I've never felt that way. Like to me, it's always just a hobby, and I like keeping it as a hobby. I don't want this to be something that I have the pressure to like, okay, you have to manage a community 24/7. That's not something I have the skill set for, and it's not something I have the interest for.
True. Okay. I guess help me out. What can small streamers do to appeal and attract active viewers like yourself to their channel?
The best thing streamers can do. So when you're a tiny streamer, okay, there's like a few different strategies that you can go with to try to pull people into your channel and build an audience. And one of them is trying to attract people like me that are very active and are not very parasocial. And in my opinion, of course, like since the example is me, like I think this is a good strategy for growth. But there are other strategies you can do that some people do, like they try to appeal to people that spend a lot of money, for example. And that's how there are some streamers that have very small audiences that make very large amounts of money on Twitch, even larger than people with like 3 times their viewership, right? Because they do a good job at appealing to the parasocial people that are interested in funding their lifestyle. But if you want to appeal to people like me, I would say I don't think you can appeal to both groups at the same time very well, because both of these strategies kind of like is sort of offensive to the other group. Like I'm realistic. Like if everybody, a streamer has to make money, they can't completely like ignore people that donate large amount of money to them. But you can, I watched a streamer, they consistently went out of their way to try to appeal to people to like give them
all
money.
Audiences.
I would be turned off by that. So the main thing that attract people like me is first you have to like being there, because dude, I come to Twitch as a escape from real life. Okay, I don't want to be here with like other people that don't want to be here. That's like that's like being at work, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like I want to be hanging out with people that want to be there.
True.
So to me, that's by far the biggest factor. But other factors, like if you watch successful big streamers, there's lots of stuff they do that is sort of subtle. Like they're very good at appealing to the chat. Like, have you ever been to like a Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Nope.
Haven't
seen the film. Haven't even seen the film.
Okay. Well, when you go to a show, there's sort of like a call and response where stuff happens in the stream and the whole audience does something in return. You know, like everybody will open an umbrella or hold up a newspaper, stuff like that. And that's sort of what Twitch chatting is like. Like there are certain phrases and keywords that you can say that will inspire the chat to react in certain ways.
Yep, cock.
And it's up to you to like cultivate a culture in your chat where you can take advantage of that to keep the chat active when things aren't happening on screen, right? Like if you watch somebody like, I don't know, like Moon, for example, Moon is very good at getting his chat to talk all the time, even when he's not doing very much on stream. Because like when he's doing something that takes a lot of concentration, he's just like absent-mindedly saying stuff that makes people respond in a certain way. And that sort of skill of like appealing to your chat all the time is very powerful, I think, in keeping active chatters around.
Nodders.
Personally, I also don't like it when I get focused a lot in a stream, especially when I'm new to a stream. Like when you ever join a stream and you talk a lot, so the streamer like only talks to you, that's weird. To me, that's weird. Like I would rather, even if I'm the only one talking, I kind of just want them to like think of me as like the zeitgeist of the chat, you know? And because I think if you're constantly directing conversation only to one person, it makes other people feel kind of like left out.
True.
It makes them not want to talk. So I think that's a big thing. And then also it's part of it is like the culture that you want in your chat. Like whether you're a really nice person or not, there's some chat cultures that I vibe with and some I don't. So I like I like chat cultures that nobody takes anything too seriously, and you know, like everybody's kind of trash talking each other and you're hanging out, you know, it's like playing games with the bros or some that kind of feeling. I don't really like sometimes I'll go to small streams and they have a vibe like that, and there's other small streams I'll go to where it's a lot more like you know, oh hello, like how's your morning going? Oh, tell me about everything about your commute. Oh my God, I can't believe your coworker said that to you. Like, bro, I do not care what this random chatter is doing with the rest of his workday. Like, can we please just get back to insulting each other?
Savage.
But see, if you appeal to viewers like me, that guy, like, who just wants somebody to talk about his day with, he's going to be, you know, he's not going to want to be in the stream anymore. So you kind of have to pick what kind of vibe you like, and try to cultivate that. I don't think it works very well if you try to like spread your net and catch everybody. I think like pretty early on, you need to make a conscious decision that these are the kind of people I want in my chat, and I'm going to try to design my stream to appeal to those kind of people. I forgot what the question was.
I was asking.
I answered it.
No, you did. You did. It was what can small streamers do to appeal to attract viewers like yourself to their channel? And it's, you know, building.
Oh, also, you have to keep in mind the way that you expect people to find your stream. So most of the small streams I've found recently have been from, I went on Twitch and I searched the VTuber tag,
Mm-hmm.
And then I sorted from low viewers to high viewers, and I just went through looking at streams. I've gone through like, I don't know, a couple hundred streams the past month probably. So I'm aware that not a lot of people find streams this way, but a lot of people do find streams from stuff like the front page or that new thing like when you click on your followed streams, Twitch has something like recommended streams for you. And a lot of the way people will pick streams from there to try out is like the thumbnail, right? I think it's very important that when you're streaming, you keep in mind what kind of thumbnails you're going to be generating, because that's, as far as discovery on Twitch goes, that's about as good as you get. So like when I'm looking at VTubers, for example, one of the things that makes a big difference to me, whether I click on the stream or not, is whether I like the model, the VTubing model or not. Even though, you know, I don't really care about making models or anything, but if I'm just clicking through and I have the option between clicking on a stream that has a model like I think is really cool or I find attractive or something, and then another model I don't like very much, I'm going to pick the one that I like the looks of, right?
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't do like the stuff I do on stream is the worst possible stuff to do if you're trying to cultivate an audience, because I don't even have a camera on most of the time when I stream. I have no thumbnail whatsoever. It's just gameplay. So there's like zero discoverability. So if you want to pull people to your channel, don't do that.
Okay.
Put some thought into like the way your camera or your model or whatever is going to look on the screen, and you know the kind of stuff you can do to make your model appealing to people who have only seen the thumbnail before, because that's basic, one of the few organic ways to get new viewers.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Also, the tags you use are actually sort of important,
Tags.
because some people like me do search by tags. It's just hard to say what tags other people are likely to search by, but you can kind of guess. Like I see a lot of people with the sarcasm tag, but I don't know. Like, is anybody actually going to search for streams with sarcasm tag? I'm not sure. I can't imagine personally like looking for streams that way. But some tags like VTubing or like anime related tags, or maybe like chatty or something like that could be good tags.
Oh yeah, chatty. I didn't even think about chatty. Okay. Well, thank you for all the advice. Let's
It's the same as Reddit tag. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either. What advice would you give to chatters who want to stand out more to their favorite streamers? A chatty tag. Opposite.
Okay, well, the way I think about it is there's like two different factors that inform the way I talk. One way is I think, okay, what would I think is very funny if somebody else in the chat said here, right? And then I say that. Well, actually, what happens is there's a bunch of options pop up, and then I go down the list until I find one that doesn't get me banned, and then I say that one. So that, because there's like two aspects to being like popular in a stream, I guess. One is being popular with the chat, and one is being popular with the streamer. So if you want to be like popular with the chat, you try to say stuff that the chat will find entertaining, right? And this also gets you brownie points with the streamer, because, you know, like everybody wants people in their chat that make other people have a good time. When it comes to the streamer, I think it's very important to just put yourself in the streamer's shoes. Like if you've never streamed before, it's a lot easier to understand the way streamers pick messages to choose if you stream once. Because like if you're in a very fast chat, obviously like the streamer can't physically read all your messages. So they're gonna pick some messages to read, and every streamer has like different ways of doing it. Some people will pick by like name. So you can't do anything about that. Like if they don't already like you, you have to like build rapport with them first. And some people will pick by like, some people have trigger words. Like if you ever watched, I don't know, like Hassan, for example, he gets one guide a lot. Like somebody will say something that triggers him and he locks onto that comment and he like can't see the rest of the chat. There's a lot of streamers like that. And if you can figure out their trigger words, you can consistently say comments they'll read every time. They might not like you necessarily, depending on how you're triggering them, but it will work. But then also, like, a lot of times when you're streaming, you have to talk for a really long time about basically nothing. So a lot of streamers are really desperate for stuff to talk about, right? So it depends on what the chat vibe is like. The same strategies won't work in every chat. But some chats, the streamer just wants something to talk about, right? And they're like telling stories or whatever, and you can tell they're kind of like running out of stuff to say. So you can just say stuff like kind of weird stuff or like sort of interesting stuff, like completely off topic shit. And then they'll want to read it because it will give them something new to talk about.
True. We're always looking for something to keep the chat moving or the momentum going.
Yeah, and other times like if they're like vibing and they're having a good time, then that's a better time to make like joking comments or just funny comments in general. Stuff they can just like read really fast as like a one-off and they don't have to think a lot about. But it depends on what they're doing.
Yep. Oh, and the search tags all read, you go to browse, and then when you're under browse, you can see the tags that you can put in as a search parameter.
But in general, I think the best way to get streamers to read your messages is to write stuff for the other chatters. It's because a lot of other stuff you can do will get them to read your stuff you write, but it won't build any goodwill towards you, right? But if you are like consistently a guy who's showing up and like, other chatters are like adding you all the time and you're making them laugh and stuff, the streamer will like you. Obviously, you're helping them with their job. There's no reason they wouldn't like you. So a lot of it is just thinking about it from their perspective and like what sort of people would you like seeing in your chats if you were the one up there talking for 8 hours.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's all really good advice. I think it's very helpful. And I will say, Jormh, you do gas up the chat and the streamers. Like, it's a night and day difference when you're in Miko's chat or when you're in my chat. Like, there's lots of funny jokes that happen. A lot of good comedy and a good vibes, good laughs, and it makes a difference. So I'll encourage you. Got
part
those.
of that is like
be like Jormh.
Like when you look at the things I say compared to some of the things like people whose messages have passed over say, a lot of people.
Yes, GB, I like you.
A lot of people like come to streams because they want to connect with the streamer, right?
Yep.
So they tend to say like stuff like what they're feeling and their personal experiences, and that it's important to them because they're making like a human connection, but it's not necessarily entertaining, right? Whereas I'm the opposite way. I absolutely hate talking about myself. I go to great lengths never to talk about my personal life at all, basically, except I'm joking about it. And I only come to streams to like try to say stuff that I think will either irritate other people or make them laugh. Like I'm just there to say stuff that will get a rise out of other people. So naturally, this kind of talking it's easier for streamers to fixate on than people that want to form like they feel parasocially and they want to like actually get to know the streamer or something like that.
Like Jormh only about video games.
Basically.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty easy one guide me too. It works, but I won't. I just won't necessarily feel good about you if you say stuff like that. There's tons of stuff you can say to trigger me, but it's just gonna make me feel like salty for hours.
Yep. Could get Jormh going on why retail's better than classic. All right.
Hang on a sec, I gotta use the restroom.
All right, Gatos. It is that time. Jormh needs a break. He needs a break. Let's take an ad break. Let me add a stream marker. Okay, let me get lurk bait on the screen. I don't even remember the last time we had a fishing break, so exclamation point fish to fish, Gatos. Let me get this ad break out of the way. Let me run 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads starting now. Easiest Jormh was triggered by criticizing pumpkin carving. Oh, really? You're part of the reason he hasn't done it again. My best part of Jormh's stream is when he talked about random stuff with chat. True. He does a good job of just... If you can get him going, which is easy to do, you can get him talking about, you know, why certain things are better than others. I think I'm talking more about food to Malaysia than my clothes? Wait, what? I don't understand that comment, Chibi. Trigger Jormh by saying magic isn't real. Like, Magic the Gathering? I've been taking my time sorting seasonings to bring them in trip. Ah, okay. No, actual magic? Really? Trigger Jormh by saying WoW doesn't need skill. True. Because the last time I went there, I wanted to cook and realized I had no freaking seasonings and bought like the stuff I usually use at home. Okay, Chibi. Interesting.
I have wireless headphones. I can hear you, you fucks. I will say I don't only get triggered when I'm streaming. I get triggered in chat all the time. That's why I try not to say how I really feel about things, because sometimes, you know, you go in a stream sometime and the streamer's talking about something you know a lot about and they just say something like monumentally stupid and you're just like, let it go. Just don't say anything.
Exactly. Like,
they can't help it. They're an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. Because classic WoW was the best version of WoW. Yep.
Okay. Yep. Is it too late to decline the interview?
I love having wireless headphones during a stream. True. Hello, scattered.
Dude, I will never go back to having wired peripherals. Wireless headphones, wireless mouse. I don't care if it makes them worse. I'm never going back.
I am the opposite. I will never leave my wired because anything with a battery, like if that battery isn't replaceable, rechargeable, replaceable, like you have a very expensive piece of throwaway technology. Like I've had, you know, like AirPods, right? Like AirPods. Like I will agree, they're very, very good. Audio quality is great. The mic quality and those little things are awesome, but they have X amount of cycles, battery cycles, and then you have to throw them away. Like, there's no repair, there's no battery replacement. So, give me my headphone jack. Like, you have a good pair of Bose wired headphones with noise canceling. I've known people that have had them for like 10, 15 plus years.
Okay, but I will never have a pair of wired headphones that lives that long, because every pair of wired headphones I've ever had, I've stood up and walked away with them on and knocked all my monitors down. Every single pair. Or I've run over them with a chair or something. Like, I just forget I have them on. So for me, they have a very short lifespan, which is why I can't use them anymore.
Okay. So
The mouse, like, I could kind of see the wired mouse argument because, yeah, the response times are a little better and stuff. But not having to
Skill
deal with the
issue.
cord is so nice. Not having to deal with those cord bungees or anything like that. It's so convenient.
Geofracture says skill issue, same with all red. Oh yeah, like Miko's Sony headphones. Yes, true.
It is a skill issue, but the thing is, you have to know your own skill set, and it's not your job to like people. Okay, when it comes to WoW, for example, people they say the sim plays this way, like this is the optimum way to play, so I'm going to play this way. But that is absolutely the wrong way to play. You should be optimizing for the best you can do and not the best a robot can do. It's the same in real life. It doesn't matter if the wired headphones are like technologically superior if I break every pair. I just need to accept this is how I am. I'm going to break them, so I should get the best pair that I won't break.
Okay. Optimization for
now,
the person.
These ones I got because they came with a mic, but everybody hated it, so I had to buy an actual mic.
Okay. All right. This is the part of the interview where I open it up to questions from the chat. So Gatos or anybody from Renee's community or anybody from Jorm's community, if you have any questions, go ahead and type them in the chat now. I'll give you a silly question. Okay, if you could travel anywhere right now, Jorm, PTO money is not an issue. Where would you go?
Liquor store.
Just a liquor store?
I don't know. Like I'm not like much of a travel guy. Like I like traveling, but when I travel, I just do like the same stuff I do here anyway. Like I'm not a sightseer or anything like that. So where would I go if I go anywhere? I don't know, maybe like Hong Kong or something like that. But I would still just sit in like a hotel room on Twitch all day. I would just have different food options when I go out.
Jorm only commutes to Coombe University.
I did like Hong Kong a lot though. If I was going to live outside of the US, that would be very high on my list of desirable places.
Yep. Grogden wants to know, what's your favorite book? Do you read? What's your favorite book?
I haven't read a book in a very long time. My favorite book... See, my problem is I get stun-locked by questions like this a lot. This is why I hate answering questions about my real opinions and stuff. I don't know, maybe if you consider all of Lovecraft's stuff together as one book, it would probably be that. Other books I liked like his Dark Materials trilogy. I like Dune, the original one. I never read any of the other ones. The Earth Abides is pretty good. I haven't read very many like modern books though. I thought Twilight was kind of good. Twilight's underrated.
Underrated? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because dude, everybody hates on Twilight now. Like it's gone the other way. There's nobody that defends it. It was okay. Okay, young adult book.
Lead-free wants to know, do you love him?
I don't know. Keep trying for a few more years.
Yep, Corey is saying he needs to thirst trap you. Metamorphosis of Prime Intellect? Question mark? I have no idea what that is.
I don't know what that is.
Okay. All right. It's a book. Okay.
Damn, where's all the spicy questions?
Pineapple on pizza. Ooh, there's
Nobody's even like, you ever bang somebody in a fursuit?
Pineapple on pizza.
What?
Pineapple on pizza. Go.
Pineapple on pizza is like Twilight. Like it's just popular to hate on it, but it's okay. It's not the best. It's not the worst. I don't understand all the people that act like pineapple on pizza is horrific. Because I remember like when I was in a high school and we had those awful like rectangular school pepperoni pizzas. Everybody would take the pineapples they gave us in those little plastic cups and dump them on the pizza. Like more than half the class would do that. So where are all these people coming from now as an adult that eat pineapple on pizza? Like I know you guys were eating stuff like that in high school too.
Hmm. Mo wants to know, how many times have you been rubbing one out during Miko's stream?
Hmm. Okay, let's clarify this question. Do you mean while watching her stream or do you mean during her stream time? Because they may not necessarily have the same answer. Listen, sometimes, you know, there's just an emergency and you got to deal with something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Go on. So, okay, let's go down both routes. Okay, during her stream time. Let's go down the low-hanging fruit.
I mean, probably more than once.
Okay. And then while having stream open.
The issue is like fish suits just don't really do it for me.
Jormh would never. He is for pure shrill.
Well, also, the worst part is having to listen to her shrill voice. Like, there's no way that
You're
would
never
work
gonna
out.
get there. You're never gonna get there.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. No, we don't tribute Gato. We're good. We're good. Allred wants to know, do you miss anything you used to get at school lunch? For the school for lunch? Voice of a siren. Voice
My
is
school
Andy
used to
Torgard.
have these terrible, like, chicken patty sandwiches. I kind of miss them. They were not good, though. They charged us like $1 for them and they weren't worth $1.
Oof. Oof. Yikes.
They were like those frozen ones you can buy in stores nowadays, but worse.
Coria,
At the time, they were like an exotic delicacy.
Coria's a fish wants to know, what turns Jormh on the most?
What turns me on the most? Women? I don't even know if that's true. You know, okay, this is gonna sound related, but it's not really related. Dude, every time I go on like Reddit and I go to like one of these anime meme subreddits or something, every time I see a manga page that's from like some cross-dressing manga, I read it every single time. I'm not jorking it to it, but I can't not read it. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes you just see stuff and you just fixate on it. I'm literally in the middle of one right now where this dude is like, there's this girl that said like she's very beautiful and she rejects every guy that confesses to her. So this dude's older sister is like, I'm gonna dress you up as a girl for unrelated reasons. So then he walks through town and he ends up seeing this beautiful girl getting accosted by these guys and he saves her. And then she develops like a lesbian crush on him disguised as a girl. But at the same time, her best friend gets a crush on him dressed like normally when he's not a girl.
Oh,
So now they're
love
in
triangle.
this weird love triangle where only he knows he's in a love triangle. I still have to read the end of it.
Gato, we to show him to Paige? Oh, you're talking about... he probably knows Paige. Do you know the software and development streamer who was also a WoW streamer for a hot minute, Paige, who's also a corn star?
No.
Was also
Dude,
a...
anytime I hear software development, I zone out.
She's also a Wall Street persona.
Okay.
Giggle Woman, WoW, Degen.
Wall
Yep.
Street's Bet's famous. No, I don't know her.
Yeah. Smokescreen has a streamer for you. He wants to show you. All right. Come on, Gatos. Any more questions for Jorm? I'll think of something silly. If you could have a superpower, what would that superpower be?
Okay. Well, I've actually thought about this at great length, and I'll give the same answer I've given to everyone else who's asked me this question. I want the ability to make somebody orgasm on command. No
Oh.
touching them, just on command. Just think about it. You could go around fighting crime, just incapacitating people.
In the most
It would
hilarious
actually
way
just
possible.
be an amazing superpower. And it's like it's not even illegal. Like, what would somebody even charge you with? A lot of these other superpowers, like if you're super strong or you're like invisible or something, there's shit you can get charged with. But this, like, there's no law about this. You're free.
Cognizance whenever the president has a speech, that'd be hilarious. Okay.
Just think, I would be like the perfect OnlyFans creator. I could cut out the middleman of actually having to find a good OnlyFans post to jork it to.
Lidfree says, what is the most important piece of media in the world according to Jorm?
I don't know. I don't consume any kind of media that I consider like culturally significant, really. So I don't think I have a good answer to this. Generally, like, I only consume pointless stuff that's just kind of a waste of my life. I don't read like philosophy books or watch great movies or anything. I just watch like terrible trash. So I don't think I could think of anything I've consumed that I'd be like, everybody else has to see this thing. I haven't even watched Arcane yet. I haven't even watched Arcane season 1.
Neither have I, but I don't have Netflix.
How could you not have watched Arcane season 1? It's like the greatest show ever.
Don't have Netflix. That's how. Simple.
Well, that doesn't stop most other people.
Okay. Red wants to know when's the next stream. He says before next year, right?
I will definitely stream Alex sometime in December. Beyond that, no guarantees.
No guarantees. Okay. And then
I'll probably stream more than once in the next 2 months.
Pagu.
Listen, if they start doing like fun activities in Micoverse and I get everything working, I might show up there too. I don't know if I'd stream it though. Maybe. Isn't it like I feel like a lot of people want to be streamers, but I always wanted to be somebody like, like Vigors from like Soda Pop and stream.
No.
I always thought people like that were way funnier, like just bit characters that show up every once in a while and they just do like crazy shit and then they vanish for like months. It's like they have a mystique to them that makes them more entertaining. And to me, that's always like, I want to be something like that. I don't want to be like some dude people can see every day. I want to be a rare and exotic guest.
Box wants to know, what's the book you think about the most?
It's probably an anthology of Lovecraft stories. I really think Lovecraft was a great writer. And a lot of like the stuff he wrote is very inspiring to me when I try to create stuff. Like he is objectively not a very technically good writer, but his strength is he is very good at leaving out so much stuff that somehow the writing gets better. Not I don't see a lot of other authors that are able to do this kind of thing. Like somehow, like it's like he knows he's bad at writing, so he writes the minimum amount possible, and like it enhances the experience. So when I make stuff, I try to keep similar technical limitations in mind, and I try to make stuff where a lot of the value, the artistic value in the piece is in like the implication of it and not necessarily in whatever I made. Like when Hana had that art contest like a month ago or 2 months ago or something. My entry was posters that implied there was like a some sort of totalitarian government that's hunting down and killing people that are aware of her existence. Because to me, like it's like, can I draw that? No, I'm a terrible artist. But can I imply that through some sort of propaganda? I can try to do that. So that would be it. That kind of thing to me is inspired by stuff like what Lovecraft wrote. And that's also what I like the most in horror movies and stuff. I hate all these horror movies nowadays where they're just like, the creature is killing people. Look, the creature is right there. And you turn around, the creature is like this right there, and he just kills them. It's like, bro, where is the suspense? Where's the mystery? You know, you got to like hide stuff from the audience to make it better.
Yep. Yeah, jump scare horror movies. Yeah, it's using
trash
mechanics.
I really want to see the new Alien movie. I hope it's as good as the original one was.
Mild.
I've heard some good things about it.
Beijing mild-mannered. Your opinion. So Jason X was a trash movie for you? Did you watch Jason X?
I don't really like those kind of serial killer movies. It doesn't vibe with me. I don't think it's very interesting. The problem with Jason specifically is Jason is like the lore of Jason is all over the place, and he's like imbued with a demon that's like making him kill people and all this weird shit. Like, can't he just be a dude that kills people? I still wouldn't watch if he was just a regular dude that kills people, but at least I would understand, and I'd say like, okay, you know, I get it, like people are into serial killers and stuff. But when it just comes to like, I don't know, these like bloody movies where it's just one person go around killing everyone, it's not my thing. You know what was a good serial killer media was Mindhunter, that Netflix show that only lasted like 2 seasons.
Nope.
That show was great, but they canceled it because it cost too much.
Lead Free says the SCP stories were the mysterious are the best, and what is Jorm's favorite SCP story?
Okay, so SCP, I was there when the original lore was written. I remember all these creepypasta threads on like, they used to be on B and X and stuff all the time.
What's SCP?
I would hang out with them. Huh?
What's SCP?
SCP is Secure, Contain, Protect. They have a wiki. It's stuff like, you ever play Control? Or Alan Wake?
Nope.
Okay. Well, in those games, there's a bureau that's like a government agency built to contain these mysterious, like sort of like unnatural objects. You know, some of them are like mystical stuff, like a lucky horseshoe or something like that. Some of them are stuff like maybe a piece of an alien spaceship. Like, it's just collectively supernatural stuff. And this government agency keeps all of it safely like shut down so normal people don't get access to it.
Okay.
SCP is basically the same concept. It's like the original one of those concepts. So SCP is written as a government database of files that are mostly just like government reports about these things called SCPs, which are these supernatural things that are given different ratings based on how dangerous they are. And then it describes like the methods the government has to go through to contain this object and why exactly this object is dangerous. So there'll be stuff like there's an SCP that it's like a statue that as long as somebody's looking at it, it doesn't move. But if nobody's looking at it, it will move as quickly as it possibly can to the nearest person and kill them. So to contain it, they keep it in a room and they have like a team of guards that take turns blinking so that somebody's looking at it all times. Or there'll be stuff like there's a machine where it just has settings on it like fine, super fine, coarse, super coarse, and you put something in it and it will whatever you put in it, it will either like enhance it or like devolve it. So if you put in a refrigerator, for example, you might get out like a freeze ray, or you might get out like a pile of snow. Or there's other stuff that's just bizarre. Like there's a tape of Ronald Reagan giving a speech, but every time you watch it, there's a guy in the robe that like slices him up while he's talking, and every time you watch it, it slices him up more than the last time.
Oh.
And the thing is like somehow sentient, and it's aware of people watching it because it started giving them messages, so then they forbid anybody else to watch it. So the deal with SCP is at this point there are thousands of SCPs. The writing style of the SCPs has shifted over time. I really liked the original writing style where every SCP was like an individual thing, and people just like matter-of-factly talked about the containment procedures and why this was dangerous and what incidents led to it being shut away. It was just like reading lore entries in like Fallout or something. The new SCPs have a lot more SCPs that are like they're basically just like creative writing exercises. Like they're not short, they're very lengthy, like dozens of pages long, and they're talking about like field expeditions that these guys are going through to like investigate these SCPs and stuff. And a lot more of them are interconnected than they used to be. So I would say personally I was a fan of the original generations of SCPs more than the current ones. I haven't looked at the wiki for it in a few years now. My favorite SCP, I don't know. There's so many, like, the problem with SCP is there's so many iconic ones where it's hard to say like this one is my favorite because I can remember so many of them. Probably the one I think about the most, I don't remember what it was exactly. I think it's like a pair of glasses or something. And when you put it on, you would see all these beings like packed all around you, around everybody. And when people walked around, like the beings would shuffle out of the way to make room for the people. And the implication is that they're always there, but you can only see them with this thing. And there were some of the files that implied like when they had found out they were being looked at before, and when they discover somebody can see them, they don't like it very much. I've definitely thought about that one in my daily life before. Like, how would I even know if there was this invisible thing next to me? So maybe that one.
Yep. Lil Hollow says, my favorite is the slime that makes everyone feel happy. And then Boom says her favorite is it's a rock that makes you procrastinate. And
that one was pretty good.
Nice.
Oh, I also like the one, there's one that's like, it's some kind of mimetic. It's like a concept virus or something. And it travels through language, so they can't use any language to describe what it does or how they have it contained. So everything is just made in like pictographs, like emojis and stuff. That one is also a pretty good entry.
Mm. Interesting. Okay. Okay.
You should definitely look at the wiki sometime if you've never seen any of them.
Nope.
You could do a whole stream just like reading random ones.
I think you guys made me watch a YouTube about at least one or two, because they make YouTube videos about them, right? Like they animate them.
Yeah. It's really popular nowadays. It got popular with like younger creators especially. And now there's like video games about it. Like there's some SCP game, I don't remember what it's called, but it's on Steam and it was popular. People played it on Twitch within the last year or so. It was one of those like games where you had a whole bunch of people like in a voice chat. You had like Among Us or something.
Jormh, there's also the one that you can only describe what it's not. That one was fun.
Yeah, that one was pretty good. See, a lot of the old ones, it was just like they would think of some weird gimmick, then make an SCP around it. Whereas now it feels like everybody just wants to one up each other. SCP Containment Breach, yeah, that was the game.
Yep. And the stories were all sorts. I think I prefer the concept artist version of the same thing. Okay. Okay. I watched when Markiplier did it. Interesting. Okay.
You know, I've never seen Markiplier.
Actually, I haven't either. I feel bad.
The only reason I'm aware of who Markiplier is there. You know the game Baldi's Basics?
Mm-mm.
There's this really crappy game where you walk around in a maze and you have like you're a student in a school. You walk around a maze, you have to pick up stuff like quarters and candy bars and stuff. And you have to collect all these like math notes or something before your teacher catches up to you. So when the game came out, it was the original patch was very difficult. Very, very difficult. I watched Moon play this for like 2 weeks straight trying to beat it.
Damn.
And everybody was making fun of him because Markiplier beat it on like the original patch. That's why Moon kept trying to do it. And everybody was just saying like Markiplier was gonna cuck Moon with his wife because he's so much better at gaming.
Ouch. Ouch.
That's the only reason I know who he is.
Yeah, well, no, I did a story about Markiplier because like he went whole hog for his recent film that was on Netflix. So I covered that. The Edge of Sleep, where if you fall asleep, you die. So he's got that Netflix film.
Reminds me of college.
I watched Markiplier back when he did his first Amnesia playthrough. So it's a little hollow. Oh, interesting.
Dude, everybody hyped up Amnesia so much. So I was like, okay, I'll try it. And everyone was like, I got to the water part, and everyone's like, dude, the water part is so scary. And then it was like the most whatever thing ever. It's just splashes follow you around the water. I don't know. There are some good horror games out there. I don't rate Amnesia very highly.
Okay, what's your top rated horror game, or at least top 3 that you would
Alien
recommend?
Isolation is definitely the highest.
That's a masterpiece.
A few other ones that are up there. Let me think. Ebe is pretty good. Which is like a pixel art, like Game Boy style horror game. That's surprisingly good. I think it's free.
I love Fear 2, but I'm biased.
Good.
Actually,
I never played it.
I recently did the Silent Hill 2 remake that came out. That was very good. It was very good.
The combat looks so annoying.
The combat's bad. The combat is pretty bad.
Also, I know the story, so it's kind of it'll lose a lot of the incentive to finish it, I think.
Soma,
I really
want
to play that new. What?
Mo says Soma. Does that count? Is Soma horror? Oh yeah,
Soma's pretty good.
Show Rory's your hair.
Soma is like a 10 out of 10 game to me. I don't know if it counts as horror. It's more, to me, it's more like a philosophy game than a horror game, but it's very good. I really want to play that new mouth washing game that came out like a month ago. A lot of people were playing it for Halloween. That looked pretty good.
Yes, can you give Rory's a hair toss? She showed up. It's so late for Rory's.
I don't know how to do it.
Can I pull your ponytail, says Rory's. Awesome. All right. Well, let's transition. Let's add a stream marker, and let's say bye to YouTube, and then we'll do the social media dive after we say bye to YouTube. So everyone, same process as before. HIYT. Let's say HIYT. Bye to YouTube for the fake outro. And then this will become a very long YouTube video. But all right, this has been my interview with Jormh. I'm gonna link all his socials below. Go hang out with Jormh. Go also give me a like, comment, and a subscribe, and we'll see you guys next time.